Hello, welcome. It's day 2 of ITWeb TV at Security Summit. We are here, as the name suggests, at Security Summit. We're live on the exhibition floor, as you can see behind us. It's a bit quiet. The keynotes have started, so everyone's inside. But yeah, we had a great day yesterday. I'm joined now by my colleague Chris Treasure, who's the Portals editor. Chris, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Adrian.
How did you find yesterday? You were inside some of the tracks, I know, and
Yes,
some of the presentations.
That's right. I actually attended the opening keynote by Ali Mellon, principal analyst at Forrester. She was talking about consolidation in the security industry, and it was very interesting because she says there's about 4,000 globally, 4,000 security solution vendors.
Wow.
Only doing security.
Yeah.
So there's no GRC attached to that. It's just security. And there is a lot of consolidation in the industry generally because of the amount of technology and solutions that are available. So she spoke about consolidation and the integration of tools, of management consoles, and of security solutions. And basically what it is that she's coming from a security platform point of view, and how that can be used to gain control and visibility over infrastructure because of the increasing levels of complexity. So security teams are under constant pressure, because of the amount of technology. They need the visibility. There is consolidation, acquisition. So she explained that and how legacy issues are also playing into that, and why there's a demand for security platform technology, which is basically unifying, consolidation, the whole thing, so they get that visibility, which was, I thought, a very interesting way to start the event, and to set the tone, I think, for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who else did you see? I mean, I know one of the other keynotes was Joe Tidy.
Yes.
He was sitting where you were
yesterday.
Right. I was sitting where I am now. So I was
Yes.
chatting to Joe. He was great. He was really insightful. He's written a book, I think,
That's
Control, Alt, Chaos.
Yes.
Was about teenage hackers.
Right.
So,
Is
I
that
think
the book that he was getting signed yesterday?
that's the book he was signing. That's the book he was promoting here. That's the book he was maybe promoting in there.
Signing, yes.
Because he also works at the BBC, and as he was explaining, he's not really allowed to be from the BBC whilst he's promoting his book. So he was promoting his book. But yeah, no, it was interesting. This whole kind of world of teenage hackers, how they kind of get into it. They're maybe slightly more gamers who kind of looking for those cheat codes initially.
Yeah.
And then they kind of find, like, step by step, they get drawn into this world of trying to one up against other teen community.
Yeah.
The COM, I think he said was called. And then trying to kind of get the best, do the most, not audacious hacks.
Yeah.
Maybe they all have different skills, and they kind of so it's a very interesting insight.
I think I sort of caught the tail end of his presentation, and I think he was going through Q&A from the audience, and I remember him saying that, he was asked, are there any sort of traits or characteristics that sort of define these hackers, these young hackers?
Yeah.
And he's saying, no, they come from very, very different backgrounds, very different cultures that they've been brought up in. But the one common denominator is the fact that they're into gaming, which is interesting. So they become gamers, and then they transition through the process, and they become they become these hackers, and very arrogant from what I heard.
I think there's one hacker in particular that he focused on. He said that was a kind of common timeline that they then kind of picked up on the other themes around that.
That's right.
And he was some guy who, I can't remember, he was Finnish, I remember
Yes,
that.
that's right.
And he did something to a psychiatric hospital or clinic chain, and then was trying to blackmail them because he had the records of all the patients.
Right.
And he tried to blackmail the chain itself, and they didn't do anything. So then he tried to go after all of the individual, I think he said 33,000 patients, to try and kind of blackmail them. And he said a few even ended up committing suicide because they were worried about their confidential data just going out there, and all this years of data that they've been confessing privately to their therapists suddenly out there on the web, and like it just and one of the other talks, I can't remember who it was yesterday, but talked about the hospitals and how that kind of that. I know that that's something that's been common in the hacking community. I think prior to COVID, but I think COVID's kind of changed that.
Yes.
That generally they didn't target hospitals, but
That's
now
right.
I think.
Yeah,
yeah.
I did hear discussion around that topic, and I was sort of trying to listen as much as I could, because I think that's actually a very, very interesting point. And I think that, you know, the security industry should be cognizant of this, that their intentions, their motivations, you know, behind this sort of new, I don't know if you want to call it new breed of hacking or hackers, they don't really care too much about the ethical side anymore.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what I'm hearing, you know.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing just to pick up on that Joe said is often they'll kind of, in that, do they become like full-time hackers or like the teenage years becoming, so he said there's usually like a knock on the door from the police at some point, and that'll be like the wake-up call, and then they like suddenly snap out of it, or it'll be the point where they kind of like just carry on, and then things get worse. And he was also talking about how some of them will get indoctrinated into like state security architecture, so they start like, if they good at the hacking, and they don't get too far down that career and they lose sight of the ethics, then they might become part of the, you know, GCHQ or any of those kind of cybersecurity focused state entities. But obviously the guy that he was, I can't remember his name, it's a very unusual
something
name.
With an H, right?
Kibaneki or something
like that.
The guy that he was talking around, he went too far. And I think that's the thing, is once you go too far, the state's like, no, we're not going to touch you anymore.
So, I mean, I don't know if this is dumbing it down or simplifying it too much, but it's kind of like you start off in the dark side and then eventually you move to the...
Are we going to do a Darth Vader here?
I won't do a Darth Vader impersonation. But you move into the, you know, the good side. You know,
I mean, I think that's something that he was also saying, but something I heard as well is this, that kind of ethical line that people see, like you're either good or you're bad. But I think one of the other hackers or one of the other people I spoke to yesterday is it's kind of a gray line that we would see outside of the industry, being in reporting on the industry. But like, okay, well, I'm doing this and I'm just... You're not a black hat or a white hat. You're kind of a gray hat where you do some things for good, but you're also like maybe trying to point things out, and you've got to have a bit of both.
So I mean, that's also very interesting. So you can't sort of differentiate it between you either on in the good side or on the bad side. You're kind of somewhere in the middle.
Like you say, usually they kind of maybe start in the kind of, they're experimenting, and then they maybe get sucked into the darker side of things. There was another couple of people I spoke to. Tobias Schrödel, who was a German comedy hacker. I'm not going to do the accent. Don't make me do the accent. But yeah, no, he was great. It was very interesting. And he also talked around like the dark web and how hackers kind of get onto that scale. And and then
that's interesting.
A more technical guy was Albert Steenkamp, who I spoke to, was talking about Active Directory and Entra, and then agentic AI and all these agents and like how you manage the identity of those. And another one that I wanted to highlight, Matomi Madabane, who was the CEO of MICT CETA. So interesting from that kind of official government training side of things. So skills, like we've got conversations on that on the agenda. There's roundtables, I think, around skills. There's been roundtables around collaboration. So it's not just an event where you have people on stage talking. I think we've actually got panelists. We've got behind closed doors sessions. So it's really kind of becoming a bigger event in that sense, a bigger, more important for the community.
100%. I think it reflects the intensity behind the industry. The fact that people want to know, you know, they need the information, they need the shared knowledge, you know, and I definitely picked up on that in the first day. Another thing that I picked up yesterday was, which I think is actually a refreshing aspect of the cybersecurity industry now, which is a focus on people. They're coming more into the conversation. It's no longer about what solution you're putting in. It's no longer about what technical expertise you have or skills you have. It's not even about how you capitalize on your infrastructure and your approach to security. Yes, that's all part of it. But actually, there's an emphasis now on the role of the person. And it's not only your higher tier of staff or your top C-level decision maker. It's right across the organization. It doesn't matter what you do at the company. You've got to be part of the cybersecurity conversation.
Yeah.
And that was one of the points that Zetu Lubisi stressed.
Okay.
I spoke to her on ITWeb TV, and then I also attended her presentation and a panel discussion that she was from part of. And she was saying, and her whole sort of discussion is centered around the knowledge, the your general worker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, was she the frontline worker?
She's the frontline
so
worker.
the,
Sorry,
the
frontline
cleaners,
staff.
the people who
Correct.
maybe have got their
Sorry,
phones
I
and
couldn't
checking
think
in.
of the word.
No, cool.
But it's frontline workers. Yeah.
No.
The fact that they are often overlooked
Yes.
when it comes to cybersecurity strategy development, enforcement. They're connected, they're digitally included, but not from a cybersecurity
because they're not sat at a desk.
Correct.
They're not there at a PC.
Yes.
They aren't necessarily considered in that kind of ecosystem of digital employees.
Yeah.
But they have tablets, they've got their phones, they go out and
correct.
Like on site doing things or
exactly
here doing things.
So it's shared access points, it's personal use of personal devices.
Taking them home, using them at home, even if they're corporate devices.
Exactly. Interconnection of networks. So these are all users, that they're all digitally connected, but they're not part of the broader cybersecurity strategy conversation, which I think is something that if the industry is recognizing, it's a good thing. Whether they do something about it and there's follow-up action, it's another question.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to go through who you set to see today. I know you've got a couple booked in.
I've got a panel discussion today, which I'm going to be attending. I know. Let me just make sure. Sorry.
So just whilst you're looking there, tell you who I'm kind of interested in seeing.
Yeah.
So they'll be coming here. That's where my day is spent really around here. I'm not sure I'll get to see. But Stephen Campbell, who was the closing keynote last night from the Disarm Foundation, I know he was talking about how he's using bots and agents to kind of like a part of his presentation was, I think, using them in the dark web and stuff. So like that's going to be an interesting one. That's coming up next. Please stay tuned. Also, Dale Simons from the Meadow Group. I think that's more of a helping communities in the Western Cape, kind of that bridging that gap between the kind of the unemployed youth and trying to kind of upskill them. Got Tokozani Maya, who is the founder and director of Neo Aviation, which I think is an interesting one. I think he comes from an IT cyber background, but has set up like an aviation taxi firm. So I think we'll be chatting to him around like what that's involved in that, like the world of avionics, so the controls and planes, that whole kind of aviation industry, how well it's taking to cybersecurity, and I mean, even things like drones. Like there's a whole world of things that we can talk about there.
That's going to be interesting.
Khalebo Mokhotsi, who's the CIO of Central University of Technology, but was the CISO, I think, at BITS. So he's got that two hats. That's quite an interesting perspective.
Academic,
Danny Myberg from Cyanri I think he's an interesting guy. He's been around for a number of years, helped set up, like, I think it was SAP's digital forensic unit. So he's kind of been around for a long time, knows, like, gets involved post-breach and helps with the kind of remediation and those kind of things. So I think there'll be some interesting insight there. The next one, I think, coming here is Maralise de Villiers, who I know you're talking to, right?
That's correct, yeah. I'll be speaking to Maralise de Villiers. I think that's at 12 o'clock. I think it's going to be a very interesting session. And I'm also covering like I said earlier, the roundtable discussion, but that is about collaboration around skills development. So, of course, with AI dominating most sessions, this is going to take a look at it from a skills development point of view, which I think is very interesting. So we've got Digify Africa there, CompTIA there, Dr. James Stanger. He's the Chief Technology Evangelist at CompTIA. Meadow Group, Dale. CyberMate, we've got the CSIR, we've got the MICT CETA. So there's going to be a lot of people discussing high-level what cybersecurity means in terms of skills development.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think it's obviously a critical issue, and it's an issue that we repeatedly cover year in, year out.
absolutely, yeah.
I think the one. So after you're talking to Maralise here on ITWeb TV, we've then got Stefan Pelser from Snowed, who help us run the booth, who kind of help support us running the booth. We've got Alicia Sarabjith, who is effectively the CISO for Mr. Price Group. Bernard Chidenga, who we've had on here before. He's a virtual CISO, fractional CISO, so he's going to give us some insight of working in different organizations and the insight that he gets from there.
Okay.
Anil Granu, who is running a workshop tomorrow, and that's about strategy. So it's a slightly different take, but I think he'll have some insight. Okay. We'll also be talking to James Dyer, who I believe is doing the keynote now.
That's right.
Who's talking about the deep fakes and like how we go about conquering those, how we go about training people to kind of learn to differentiate them. And then Chris Gatzi from Spanier Stillwater, Nicole Cader, again, Cybersecurity Academy at ABSA, so she'll be talking around skills development.
Right.
Dr. Mai Mudley, who is talking around, I can't remember, I think it's the diversity now in the CISO adjacent roles. So you've got a chief trust officer, a chief digital officer or digital privacy officer, chief data officer, chief information security officer, and how all of those coexist. Do we need all of those titles? So I think I think that's going to be an interesting one.
Be a good one.
And then we're closing off the day with James Stanger from CompTIA, who's going to be talking around skills as well, but also around our hackathon, which for the first year we're out on the open floor, the show floor. But the hackathon is also in the exhibition hall as well. Yes. Which I think is a very nice addition. Everyone I've spoken to seems very enthused by having it here. So that's a nice thing.
Again, recognizing the fact that skills development, entrepreneurship, is very, very key to this industry and its sustainability, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to today.
You've got certainly a packed schedule.
Well, it's not just me. Colleagues like yourself will be here. So please remember to stay tuned. We'll be back soon. We are coming up next, I think, Stephen Campbell from the Disarm Foundation. Please stay tuned. Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at Security Summit in association with Snowd Technologies. Today I am joined by Stephen Campbell, who is the Chief Technology of Disarm Foundation. Stephen, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian.
So your keynote was yesterday.
Yeah.
You were the closing keynote for the day. Yep. On an interesting topic of hybrid cyber and information operations, how attackers blend disruption and influence in 2026. Tell me about it. Give me a brief synopsis of what you covered.
Yeah, so we basically talked about going beyond the perimeter and even going beyond supply chain and looking beyond the horizon to attacks coming from social media, attacks coming from the internet against your brand, your reputation, and even your executives. So we've got to think more broadly about the attack surface and monitor more things as narrative intelligence now becomes a part of cybersecurity.
I was going to say, do you think that is a part of cybersecurity? I mean, I understand from a cyber perspective.
Yeah.
Does it almost tip into like your public relations, corporate communications?
It does. So it's a multidisciplinary field. Mm-hmm. So you can think of it in terms of threat intelligence as cognitive threat intelligence. You know, we have threat intel on malware and hackers. Now we can think of the narratives as being the equivalent to malware in the public information environment. So malware is used as the weapon on proprietary environments, and narratives you can think of as the weapon in public environments. And narratives can be very harmful, especially in today's algorithmic environment where they can go viral and cause damage very quickly. So you kind of got to be on top of that situation as a CISO.
Okay. And I mean, you mentioned the social media.
Yeah.
Is it more that they're kind of using it to like disparage the CEO or like the...
That's a big part of it.
Okay.
So for example, so I differentiate between the public sector and the private sector.
Sure.
But if you take the public sector, a large focus of nation states who want to interfere in elections, for example, is before an election, you'll have the character assassination period. During the election, you'll have divisions that they amplify, divisions within the electorate. And then after the election, they will be questioning the integrity of the results. That's the standard playbook. That's in the public sector. So character assassination we're seeing predominantly in the public space. But in the private sector, the same thing can happen where you have competition between brands, between corporations, between countries who are vying for a mining contract, whatever it is, and you can have the same directed focus on questioning the character of a CEO in order that you diminish that brand, and so you win the deal.
Yeah.
And sometimes it goes beyond that to what we call social license.
Okay.
And so what you're looking for, let's say you're vying for a mining deal in an African country, you want to get the support of the society. And so you're looking for that social license to get the support to win that contract, and you're looking to denigrate the other side who's vying for that contract. So this is going on at a geopolitical level. It's going on within the private sector, and it's going on within communities, and it's a mix of political and economic incentives. At the community level, it's often economic incentives, or it may be tribal harm. The competitions at two different groups vying for different kinds of Sharia, or two different criminal groups vying for the same territory, and at the community level, it can cause incredible harm.
Yeah.
So healthcare is one of those areas where conspiracy theories, harmful, can cause. So if you believe as a parent that if your child gets vaccinated, they're going to be tracked. There's a tracking device. Or if you as a woman get vaccinated, you're going to be infertile. And these are actual rumors that were spread during the 2020 DRC measles.
Oh, okay.
So during the COVID pandemic, we saw this, but 6,000 people died in the Democratic Republic of the Congo because of these conspiracy theories. And then people don't get the healthcare they need. And so at a community level, this is a problem. At an elite level, in this environment, it is of course also a problem for our shareholders and for our bottom line and for our competition and so on.
So I think as you've been talking, I keep thinking the question I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
And I know the answer to the question, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
Sure.
Is AI making this harder problem to solve?
Yes, and AI is also part of the answer.
Okay, good.
So it's not all doom and gloom.
Okay.
But AI is changing the game in fundamental ways. I've been in my career for 44 years, and I haven't experienced the rate of change quite as acutely as I am now, and that is because of AI. On top of the other revolutions that we are in a knowledge revolution, an information revolution, and we've seen the effects of the device, the iPhone, the social media, the algorithms that come through recommendation algorithms are replacing what used to be anchors and editors.
Yeah.
We now have algorithms and influencers. So there's been a flattening out of the environment, but that's all happened. It's been very fast, but AI is happening so quickly. So even in the last 6 months, we've seen the advent of AI agent swarms. So for a number of years, we've been tracking coordinated inauthentic behavior networks. Many years ago, they were just simple botnets.
Yes.
They were amplifying, they were retweeting, they were responding to YouTube comments. And sometimes these were cyber botnets that were repurposed for the information environment, and they can go back and forth. Some of these were very large. Interpol can take these down, but they're easy to spot. The signatures are easy to spot. So over time, they've become more cyborg-oriented, so a little mixture of humans and botnets. And we've been able to detect these using algorithms like term frequency, inverse document frequency. You can spot inauthenticity. You can spot coordination. You can certainly spot automation. If something happens on the first second of every minute and you look at the radar chart, it's pretty clear it's not organic. What's happening now is at a different level because generative AI has vastly reduced the cost of creating content that's very compelling in multiple languages, that is flawless. It doesn't have the grammatical errors, the linguistic errors.
Yeah.
And on top of that, now with agent swarms, and I'll explain what I mean by that, it's almost like you have an army of agents now at your disposal that's almost completely autonomous and can orchestrate these information campaigns in real time in an almost autonomous manner. And so what's so scary about that is it's very difficult now on the surface to see the difference between organic and inorganic behavior because it's so well done with agents. And these agents, there are emergent behaviors that we're seeing. So we've run simulations, and if you put a number of agents together and you just tell an agent about another agent, it will start collaborating with, if you give them the same goal and you tell them that they're allowed to talk to each other, there's an emergent behaviors that occur.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the same thing in physical space in Ukraine with the Swarmer software.
Okay.
So the Swarmer software is the drone swarms that Ukraine is in the lead and the Pentagon is catching up. We're seeing the same kind of behaviors in information environment. So agent swarms we've seen in cyberspace 6 months ago. Anthropic brought out a report on GTG 1002. Now, GTG 1002 is an agent swarm that was orchestrated by Chinese actors using Claude to infiltrate 30 American enterprises and micro-exfiltrate data. Now, it wasn't perfect. There were hallucinations. The agents on occasion said we got credentials here when they hadn't, or the credentials didn't work. So oftentimes, as we know, AI is a little bit too confident. Mm-hmm. It's eager to please, and it's too confident. So there were mistakes, but what they managed to do was scan the environment, find the vulnerabilities, build exploits on the fly between them, and do this in almost real time with only 4 or 5 interventions from the humans over a period of days. So this was 90% autonomous agent swarms in cyberspace. It's not going to be long before we see the same in the information environment.
So I think the one topic that I've been talking to various people around is the Anthropic mythos. Like the vulnerability scanning and able to kind of pull everything together and exploit.
Yeah.
But it sounds like that almost exists already.
That does. So mythos is the next level.
Okay.
So I'm not even talking mythos.
Yeah.
I'm talking Claude Sonnet and Claude Opus. So last week, Anthropic released Claude Opus 4.8. For my research, as a part of my keynote, I used AI in a number of ways.
Okay.
I used Perplexity Pro for the basic research, and that uses multiple AIs depending on the prompt. I used Claude Opus 4.7 to do the deep research. And this is all available on the website that I built using Claude Code.
Okay.
So it's almost as if I had a team of 10, 20 researchers, because Claude Opus 4.7 was able to compile 2,600 references in my research. As an independent researcher, as a human, that would have taken me months to do. It's almost like a PhD. So it's like I had 10 or 15 researchers, and then I had a few programmers, because within an hour, I built a website that has all the podcasts in multiple languages. So I used Google Notebook LM to translate the podcast into Swahili. I did Arabic, Amharic for that part of the continent. So this is all now possible, and one guy can do what 100 people formerly were required to do.
Okay.
So
I mean, AI, I think, has good and bad sides.
Yeah.
And I'm slightly worried where the conversation. Every year we do security summits, and I chat to people like yourself.
Yeah.
And I get more and more concerned about how.
Yeah, it's the pace of change.
It's the pace of change
that is so scary. And you know, I'm 65 years of age, and so it needs to be the next generation who keeps up with this.
Yeah.
We have to be one step ahead of the bad guys, and continually, sadly, they're one step ahead of us because the incentives are so strong.
Yeah.
On the criminal side and on the nation state, we're seeing experimentation in the nation states and influence operations, and this is changing the game completely.
So, I mean, we, South Africa, we're in an interesting geopolitical Venn diagram, I suppose. Historically, the ANC, the former ruling party still in government, had links with Russia.
Right.
They have links with Iran, or had links with Iran.
Right.
They also came out against Israel with the ICJ case.
Yes.
So we're kind of not on the wrong side of history, but we, as South Africa, potentially are targets for some of the nations that might otherwise be seen as, well, the Western nations.
Yeah.
Given what you know about disinformation, all this kind of influence things, what would be your recommendations to the country in terms of looking out for these state-sponsored, not necessarily the cyber attacks, but the stuff that comes with it, the waves of influence?
Yeah, it's tricky because the non-alignment makes South Africa a target, because South Africa is in many ways the gateway to the rest of Africa.
Yeah.
And so it also has a lot of wealth. So it's the ransomware capital of the continent. Last year, Sophos reported 71% of ransomware attacks paid the ransom.
Okay.
And now that's unfortunate. The global average is more around 49%. Nigeria is closer to that global average. South Africa is very high. So when you pay out, the attackers tell their friends, and you'll get more attacks. So that's at the criminal level. Is the wealth is of course a magnet, but at the geopolitical level, everybody is vying for influence through South Africa as the hub, and I say everybody. That is of course Russia, China, with the Belt and Road Initiative in particular, and they both have tremendous advantages in Africa writ large, because of colonial history. So the narratives are easy when people believe they already have a predisposition against colonial powers. Then it doesn't take much to amplify that in a current day narrative. And that's what Russia and China, of course, do. They say, you don't want to be working with France in the Sahel. Yeah. And so Russia is trying to push out France in the Sahel through that, building on that colonial narrative.
And I suppose, like you say, it's so easy for someone based in Russia who doesn't necessarily speak a local African language to then, maybe not every African language is on like the AI tools, but to certainly push through the major ones.
Yes.
You can start to influence that from a different country, using a different language to try and push your narrative, your country's agenda, your enterprise's agenda.
Right.
It's a scary place.
It is a scary place. And Russia, of course, wants the security contracts.
Yeah.
And Russia does offer some humanitarian assistance as well.
Yeah.
And China is a big investor in Africa in terms of infrastructure, with the Belt and Road Initiative. But that all comes with potential downside because of the amounts of money and the brown envelope culture.
Yeah.
So what you can get is what one analyst here in Africa calls profitable inefficiencies. And people in elite positions of power can cash in on those profitable inefficiencies with these huge infrastructure projects, which are needed.
Yeah.
But if a certain percentage goes to a kickback, then perhaps the end result of the infrastructure project is suboptimal.
Sure. Stephen, that's been fascinating. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
been
you,
great.
Adrian.
Thank you. That's been Stephen Campbell from the Disarm Foundation. Please stay tuned to ITWeb TV at Security Summit. We'll be back soon.
Hello, I'm Simnikiwe Mzagandaba. Welcome to the special edition of ITWeb TV. We are at the 2026 ITWeb Security Summit at the Sandton Convention Center. And joining me for a quick discussion is Dale Simons. He is the founder of Mido Academy based in Stellenbosch, Western Cape. Hi Dale, how are you?
I'm very well, and you?
I'm good, Dale. It's good to have you and to chat. How are you finding the conference?
I'm finding the conference quite excellent. The energy is good. I think for anybody that is in this industry, this is the place to be. Unfortunately, it's 80% product, and for me, being passionate about skills, a little bit less about skills. So I'd love to see a skills conference.
Yes, because that's what Mido Academy does.
Yes.
Can you tell us more in terms of how the organization or the academy got its start and why?
Yeah, so I'm in fact the co-founder. Anna Collard, who's the senior vice president evangelist for Know Before Africa, is my co-founder, and an excellent co-founder at that. She's been very
passionate about skills,
and we share the same vision. And so we co-founded the academy in 2023. Our first cohort was funded by the British government, the Foreign Commonwealth, and we were very successful from the start because we followed a very entrepreneurial approach to tackling the skills shortage.
And you mentioned, having a start with the likes of Anna Collard. We're very familiar with her as well. I know before is also here.
Yes.
You yourself are in the, the skills development space. You've been in it for a number of years. I think here we've written for the past decade. You've dedicated to teaching digital literacy skills in the Western Cape, in Stellenbosch specifically. How does Dale just take us through in terms of building the basic digital literacy? How does that lay the foundation of actually bridging that gap that we hear so much about, that there's a lack of critical cybersecurity skills? So how does Mido come in, and how do you guys try to bridge that gap?
So I think we have to go to source. And for me, the source would be at basic education level, where we have to encourage young people and show them the possibilities of a career that they could have in 5 years' time. And so how we do that is through our foundation. So the Mido Group consists of 3 different entities. I call it connecting the dots for employability. I'm not in this just to get students to have certifications. They need to be employable and to be employed. And so we start off by nurturing talent at school level in what we call digital hub spaces. This is a space within an under-resourced school where there's connectivity, there is devices, and it's managed by a peer from the community. And we don't talk about digital literacy. We talk about digital citizenship. How can I be a citizen? So it's a bit broader. It speaks of rights and responsibilities. It speaks of digital health. It speaks of digital, access. So we are teaching young people from a very young age how to actually end up being a digital transformation agent. How can I adopt AI as a tool? How can I go into cybersecurity? Maybe I can go into cloud. How about data analytics? And because our education system is designed the way it is, we've decided to take a much more agile approach to nurturing talent, identifying the talent like sports clubs do, or sports teams, put them into programs, tell the employers, hey, we actually have talent in that township, in that hub, and we're keeping an eye on them, but we need your investment. We need your investment through socioeconomic development. We need your partnership so that we can broaden the horizon for this young person. And we've been doing that. Ultimately, the next step after the foundational work is the academy. And just beyond the academy would be employment.
So absorbed from basic education where the hubs are created, join the academy, and from academy into the
Yes.
working
Yeah.
space. Okay.
And if you are a parent like myself, you understand that development takes time.
Yeah.
And it's not a compliancy tick box.
Yeah.
We have to create pathways for young people out of poverty.
Yeah.
Now, this is where AI plays a very important role for me. If I can map an individual to a pathway and not a group to a pathway, I have a better chance. And that's what I think where AI plays a fantastic role. We can assess the individual. We can place every individual on their own pathway. Because your journey and mine would differ. And our, God-given unique gifts would put us on a different pathway. So we can't be just have this homogenous broad highway of skills. It's not right. We need to differentiate and lay a foundation, but then differentiate on the way that the young person should go in order to be successful in life.
And elaborate more on the AI role, Dale. Like how does it factor in the academy? How are you guys making that a reality for the cohorts?
I'm stepping up for emerging talent.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that AI is the tool for this Gen Z generation to embrace.
Yeah.
It's their tool of their time.
Yeah.
When I am a Gen Xer, so I have to deal with something that I'm uncomfortable with maybe.
Yeah.
But if I talk to a Gen Z, they are comfortable with it. And as a leader, I have to recognize that difference. What is important as a leader is to set the tones around the ethical use of AI, set the tone around the governance around AI. And that is a responsibility, is yourself and mine, to set that groundwork.
Yeah.
AI is, in my view, a tool, like any other tool that we've had over many years in the space of technology. Is it a prolific tool? Yes, it is. No doubt. Can it change and adapt and do things beyond our imagination at this stage? Yes, possibly. But what is our God-given space on this earth as humans? It is to live with purpose. So I believe that the tool serves us.
Yes.
And I'm not confused about this. Maybe, somebody will blow up and say, wow, this tool is going to change our lives and it's going to push humans to the side. We are still the dominant force on this earth. By that, I mean it in a very polite way. We have to take charge as humans.
Yeah.
We are still the ethical holders and the value holders.
Yeah.
And we are the creative owners. I don't believe, if you look at what people can produce, I don't think AI can do that.
Yeah.
And it's just a tool.
Your insights are actually kind of echoing what the WEF founder, Professor Klaus Schwab, said recently. He was here in South Africa last week, and he did a public lecture at UJ, University of Johannesburg. And he spoke about how obviously AI will wipe out some jobs. Yes, like they've got a study where they say quarter of the jobs that will be wiped out. But his point was that more jobs will be created, right?
For sure.
But his main point the takeaway that he wanted people to leave with was the fact that you need to create a notion of social entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Because you've got this tool, you've got this tool, but people still need like basic things, right?
Yes.
But that the tool can't obviously cater to. But if you've got the tool to be able to serve people in a way, like it was purposeful. He's like purposeful employment or purposeful creating a purposeful life using the tool and not seeing the tool as a wipe, like it will wipe out, humanity or skills.
I'm all on board.
Yeah.
I'm a social entrepreneur,
Yeah.
And what does that mean for me? It means social justice is close to my heart. And for me, the injustice is an unemployed young person.
Yeah.
That's the injustice.
Yeah.
And our leaders have a responsibility
right
now to set a governance framework,
Yeah.
to talk to our children. Just start by talking to your family, and setting the ground rules for engaging with technology. What we as media are doing, we're just taking it to a more different level. As I said to you, my approach is entrepreneurial. I believe we have to be agile in responding, but we have to be ethical in our response, and building frameworks, building systems. And certain systems have failed us in getting us to this point, getting us to unemployment. And we can focus on that. We can be fearful of things, or we can decide, hey, let's just take a stand here. So I'm at this conference taking a stand for emerging talent. Which in South Africa, the last time I checked, you know what? I don't look at 60% unemployed youth. What I look at is the opportunity to serve Europe with its aging economy, with its aging, population
as well.
Just think on that. Are we the answer? Or are we going to allow them to just, let the opportunity go by? I think we are the answer. Why? We are a resilient nation. If you ask any South African how many challenges they face in one day, I'm telling you, many. Many. So we have a critical mindset. We have a problem-solving mindset. We are good communicators. We have, I believe, mostly a very good value system. Right? We're still a very religious country, and we have a very good value system. And these are all things that you can build skills on top. And I think I'm an advocate, again, I say this again, emerging talent is there. Our response, mine, is to build pathways to get the talent to jobs and employment.
And Dale, so you guys are fairly young, being established in 2023. How are you guys? What are some of the highlights that you'd like to share in terms of how building those pathways for young people? How has that materialized?
Let me correct you. I founded Mido in 2012.
Oh, 2012.
So the academy was only founded in 2023.
Oh, okay.
But sorry, just to repeat your question. Can you just repeat your question?
Just to, in terms of the highlights that you guys have seen in,
one of the highlights for me was discovering the notion of a ecosystem business model. Through the academy in 2023. We were able to build an academy within 3 months because we put the problem in the middle. Then we engaged partners like the Stellenbosch University, like Know4, Integrity 360, and I can go on and on. Many of them in this room today, product providers, service providers, parents, community. We always forget about them.
Can't.
Yes. The support base for young people. And we said, hey, this is what we want to do. We want to get young people employable in a scarce skills environment, cybersecurity. And we as Mido will act as the ecosystem coordinators. Right? We are not the number one solver of the problem. All of us are solving the same problem. And that for me has been a highlight because we pulled the ecosystem together. And people responded because now they don't feel overwhelmed by having to do everything. If we needed a chair and somebody said, I can give a chair as an example. So everybody doing their little bit. And we got off the ground and we graduated our students. And now we have 75% placement. Every day students are being placed because every ecosystem member is doing just their bit. We don't expect everybody to do everything.
Just do your part.
Do your part. Another highlight for me is we were challenged by our founders, our funders, to have a 50% female and 50% male cohort. We were pushing on 60% female all the time. And seeing how female, and I will say black female candidates come through into this space and are now occupying roles at very large enterprises. That for me is a fantastic result and a highlight. We've not won any awards, but we've created a platform for significance.
The awards will come. But you can say that that's not why you started it, but you get what I mean. The recognition is not necessarily from you would like recognition from your peers, for example, but also the fact that you can say that you have 60% female cohorts going into and reporting in terms of employability. That's an award in itself. That's a reward. A
highlight for me is the sacrifices that students make from very difficult environments.
Yes.
I was sharing with Blaze from Standard Bank. We were interviewing a young lady, and she was sitting in a shack in KZN. And she had basic knowledge of cybersecurity because she had gone online on Udemy and she studied it. And she was so hungry to have a career in cybersecurity. The connection kept dropping. She kept dialing back in. And I was so encouraged by that. And I said, you know what? This person deserves a job because she's prepared. She is not, you could see she was sitting in a different environment, but she kept on coming back for an employment. And that for me helps, that sort of stories. If you want to measure impact, you could have numbers. But I think it's the impact stories that, the testimonies of how they overcome the obstacles. Last point on AI.
Yes.
You could run a prompt and get an answer. Right? But if you've not struggled through the process, you don't gain the experience. And that's a big differentiator. I could prompt and ask questions of my LLM, get some answers and talk to you. But I'm speaking to you from lived experience. And that makes the conversation more
that
rich.
Much different.
And hopefully more impactful. And what's the saying? It's the struggle that keeps us real, right?
And that it does.
It does. And humble. You
need to be, go.
3 keywords.
Yes.
An ideal team player for any of these businesses needs to be hungry to do the work, humble to learn, and healthy to hang around, right? Because this industry, the hours, the challenges are many. So we talk about that work-life balance. I don't think it exists in this industry, but you have to know how to take care of yourself. So humble, hungry, and healthy.
I think I'll even take that for myself. But Dale, you speak about, the collaborative effort that comes with establishing an academy, right? Or like getting an organization like Mido into on its feet, right? And you speak about partnerships with KnowBe4 academia, which in the likes of Stellenbosch University. But like before, like what would you say are some of the challenges that other social entrepreneurs encounter when trying to get backing from private as well as public sector players?
I know a few amazing social entrepreneurs. People like Luvuyo Rani and Marlon Parker. They are setting the world alight, and they're Schwab Foundation fellows. I think the challenge is finding the business model that's sustainable. In other words, having the mission and also having the profit. And it's an unknown concept for people to have both in a conversation. And a lot of people in the commercial space will have the profit and then as a 10% the donation. A social entrepreneur is not thinking that way. Thinking about impact most of the time and how do you sustain the impact. And so the challenge is finding a sustainable business model. In South Africa, there doesn't exist a compliance framework for social entrepreneurs. So you're either a PTY limited or you're an NPO. But what I'm doing is in the middle. And so you end up building a structure that has both. But what if you had a structure, and if you look at South Africa, what we need are social entrepreneurs. If you had a structure that rewarded the entrepreneur for impact. And there were tax breaks, there were governance, there were incentives. Social entrepreneurs would be building communities. Not just of grants and donations, but of actual commercial venture. So my challenge has been being commercially viable for the business.
Yes.
And not to end up in a begging bowl scenario where year on year you have to apply for funding. No, you want to engage. You want to engage commercially and bring impact at the same time.
Yeah.
I think that's other minor, or not minor, but big things are monitoring and evaluation.
Yeah.
Showing your impact.
Yes.
I would say also attracting skills.
Yeah.
And be able to afford the right skills. Those are other challenges as well. So in Mido's case, we do fractional. So I would employ somebody that can give me 2 days instead of 5.
5 days, yeah.
That's been very helpful. Oh, highlights is my team. Amazing
Speak about
people.
your team, yes.
Oh, wow. Where do I start? People of purpose. People that have found themselves or have started searching for purpose in life.
Yes.
Maybe they've worked in corporate for 10, 20 years, become disillusioned, or have been retrenched, have had to go out and now build a business, found it very difficult, but want to give back. So what I've done is to start building a team that's both smart and healthy. Smart in the sense that we are professional, that we set the highest standards, we have a strategy, we have an implementation. Healthy, no toxicity, no politics, we don't tolerate any of those things. Clear communication, allowing people to fail and to express themselves, supporting their personal growth and development in a real and authentic way. So what we've done is, if you buy into that, if you could buy into that, you join that transformative journey, and that doesn't make you much different from the student.
Yeah, that's true then.
Yeah. So it's not a linear thing. It's a spiral of, I'm also on a journey, and I'm not speaking from me as the CEO. I'm certainly not speaking from the heights. If I at this point, I need to understand Gen Z, how they show up, how they want to create, what are their communication styles.
Yeah.
And so I've got to be continuously learning about them as well. So in my view, yes, we are differentiated through experience, through skills, but we need each other in the ecosystem. So I'm very happy with my team. I would love, I have a vision to build a team of 50 people. My people director has said, we kind of reached it already. You gotta look at another vision. But that's inspired me more than saying we need to have 50 million in the bank.
Yeah.
Every person that we are able to employ, live a life of purpose and meaning, contributing to society. Yeah.
And what does that other vision look like for you?
What is the
other vision look like for you?
For my life?
No. Within Mido, like what is that? If your people director said we need to look at another vision, so what does that look like for you?
I would say, once you have people in your organization, is to support them in becoming flourishing.
Yeah.
If you were in my team and my ecosystem and you were flourishing, my job as a leader just becomes so much easier versus somebody that is struggling to shake off negativity, maybe. If you have, so here's the point. I want the 50 people in my team, I want them to have economic freedom.
Yeah.
I want them to have liberation in their mind, and I want them to live their best life, so a purpose-driven life, right? To be both smart and healthy. I have this understanding that a healthy person can 10x your organization. A healthy person can have a 10 times influence on your organization. So imagine what a healthy team does. If there's a team of people that are thriving, flourishing, where could the business go?
Exactly. But in terms of expansion, you are in the Western Cape, Stellenbosch. What are your what are thoughts around hitting other parts of the country, going national?
It's been coming up quite a bit, and I've had these conversations here. God's grace will guide us. I don't know, but it will be the same model of building ecosystems. Meadow doesn't have to be the best academy. It needs to surround itself with quality partners that align to the vision that I've explained. So moving into the north, that's what I would love to do. Find partners that are values aligned, that would serve, instead of trying to just pick talent off the top. We are in a season in South Africa where we are not in a harvesting season. We're going to put in the work in order to harvest. So growing Meadow for me is a scary proposition, in the sense that, can we take the IP that we've built in Stellenbosch and can we have the multiplier effect? I'm confident that there are many change agents around this country, and I would partner with people like that to do that.
And all the best with that, Dale. I'm sure we will hear more about the achievements and growth strategies. We look forward to that.
Thank you very much. I've actually enjoyed this conversation so much.
Same.
And wishing you all the best as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Blessings.
Thanks. Great deal.
Hello and welcome back to ITWeb TV at Security Summit in association with Snowd Technologies. I'm joined now by Halle Machotzi, who is the CIO of Central University of Technology. Halle, welcome.
Thank you for the invite.
It's a pleasure. It's nice to have you.
Great.
I know you're a veteran of the show, so it's maybe a bit different on this side.
Yeah, it's a bit different, but it's cool. I like the whole setup being, within the people. So
yeah, no, I think we also like it.
Yeah.
Wanted to chat to you. You were, as I understand, CISO at University of Wits.
Yes.
You're now CIO at the Central University of Technology.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How's that differed? Like, you've gone from a more security-focused role, still top of that tree, to now CIO. Do you have a CISO at CUT, and what is the differences between the two roles?
So thanks. I do have a CISO.
Okay.
I do.
Do you look over his shoulder and go, I wouldn't do it like that?
I want to get my fingers in it, but I let me force some time and then give him a chance to do his work. But I think the transition for me, that's not different. Because if you can look at Wits University when I started as a general manager looking at ICT strategy and governance.
Okay.
Right? Then I transitioned into a CISO role. So having the strategy, the governance, and then the cybersecurity, for me, I mean, if you combine the three, as a CIO, I think it's a no-brainer that you have to have, the cybersecurity acumen, so that when you sit in those boardrooms and when you're engaging with council members, and you are able to actually, explain yourself, because the questions that, council will want to ask is, what is our risk, posture? How are we going to mitigate these things that we are seeing? So you must be able to, put in detail on your plans, not only relying on your CISO. So I think for me, it's a bit better, and it's seamless for me. Me being in this role as a CIO, looking after digital transformation and cybersecurity, blending them, for me, it's what I do best.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what now keeps you awake at night? Because that was the age-old question. What keeps the CISO awake at night? Now you're the CIO. I don't have to worry about the cyber stuff anymore.
I think because I'm still accountable.
Okay.
For cybersecurity.
Sure.
My CISO will be responsible, right? So cyber still obviously, keeps us awake at night. I mean, you have seen what has happened in higher education from last year November until now with this, and it's always about third-party risk.
Sure.
We are dependent on SaaS platforms as we move our workloads to cloud. And we thought that we're going to, be on point when coming to resilience and an end. But we're seeing now these, cloud platforms are being,
also hacked. Yeah.
And that then comes back to us.
Sure.
And you know what the headlines will say, right? They won't say, cloud service providers. They will say university of whatever, data is all over there. So that still keeps us, awake at night based on the third party risk. And I think we need to all of us come together to make sure to put mitigation processes in place to mitigate that risk. As much as we're moving our workloads to cloud, we are really exposing our data.
Sure. Okay. So how do you, I'm trying to think, approach that? How do you kind of get over that if you all accept that risk?
You know what? I think, currently we are doing the governance layer things, like would have maybe quarterly or biannual SOC 2 reports from these cloud service providers to make sure that they are giving us assurance that they take care of our workloads sitting there in their platform. So we do that, and would obviously ask those governance processes, and from a contractual point of view as well. When we onboard a service provider that we know that is going to be looking after our data, our critical systems, we make sure that we put that clause saying that, are you aware that you are liable of that workload that is sitting there, and so we're trying to mitigate it from a governance and contract point of view.
Okay.
But I'm not sure on a technical layer how can we really, mitigate those. But it's things that I keep on, having discussions with the industry and probing, because we have set cloud security way back, and we were happy with moving to cloud.
Yeah.
But then now we're seeing these issues, especially from a SaaS-based point of view. But I'm sure that we'll find each other halfway between the cloud service providers and us as the practitioners in the.
And how does, going slightly off script here, how does something like Mythos worry you? That kind of cyber vulnerability kind of modeled that's able to piece these things together?
It does, right?
Okay.
It really does. Because some of the things are still unknowns, right?
Yeah.
And especially if you look at public sector and higher education, there are things that we can do more to beef up ourselves with knowledge and what is happening out there. And I think conferences like these, like ITWeb Security Summit, are the right platform for us to come together and share information and remove that stigma of being fearful of these things. I mean, mythos and these are real things that are happening, and we need to face them directly so that we can put measures and controls in place.
Again, a slightly off-topic question. So one of the guys that I've been speaking to over the course of Security Summit mentioned that they have in the kind of the bad actors on the dark web, they'll have groups who focus particularly on a vertical, so for example, education.
Yeah.
Are you finding that you're kind of under the same pressures, facing the same attackers as maybe you would have done at VITS?
Yeah.
Do you have I'm sure you still got Stanley's number, for example.
Yeah, of course.
But do you have that collection, that collaboration between the groups, CIOs of universities?
We do collaborate. We always say, from an ICT point of view, we don't compete.
Sure.
Universities compete, but we don't compete because we need to collaborate, making sure that from a student data, research data, intellectual property, we can protect. It doesn't matter if it's VETS, UCT, CUT, wherever, but we collaborate, we talk to each other. But one thing that I've mentioned in one board meeting, so we've got Higher Education Information Technology South Africa, all the CIOs.
Okay.
So, and Dr. Stanley is actually the chair of that board. So we have discussed from last year, saying that, I think late last year, we need to have some kind of one threat intelligent, platform for higher education. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All higher education institutions, we run on Tenet backbone. That's where we have to start.
Yeah.
So we are actually talking to Tenet and seeing with other cybersecurity service providers in the industry to see how can we get an overall higher education, threat intelligence for all 26 public universities, and we can obviously include other private universities as well, so that at least we're all aware, because we're being attacked with the same threat actors.
Yeah.
When we look at different reports, same threat actors that we see.
That kind of brings me on very neatly, so well done, to the next topic, which is something that you're talking about here.
Yeah.
So that idea of like vendors and supply chain, that kind of thing. So I don't want to go into the risks just yet.
Yeah.
But is there a case for acting as a kind of group when you come to events like this and talk to some of these vendors and say, look, we represent 26 universities. We all want the same solution. Give us a better deal.
Yeah. So we have done that.
Okay.
Actually, with one OEM. If you look at from a university point of view, I mean, we run our different SOCs.
Sure.
And I'm saying, guys, other universities, they don't have money, they don't have resources. How can we come together, so that we have a platform that can cater for all 26 universities? Because, I mean, we're all aware that we don't have resources in higher education, especially in IT, yet especially in cybersecurity. So if we can come together with a particular OEM and we have some kind of a shared service platform that can cater for our needs, and obviously we come as bargain, and then the cost will go down. So we are having those discussions already.
Okay.
Because and it again touches on how do we pick the right platform?
Yeah.
You understand? How do we pick the right platform for higher education? I'll take it further within my space. In CUT, how do I make sure that we choose the right platforms? So, and I've been discussing with my CISO, saying that we need to put a strategy of having a one platform. Let's decrease all these smaller solutions that we have in. Because if you can look at the big OEMs and vendors, they are now moving towards platformization.
Yeah.
What will it mean for us? That's what we need to discuss and put a roadmap of how do we then make sure that, because I don't want my lean team to be all over looking at different platforms. Can we look at this one platform that has consolidated, or maybe it has been integrated somehow with other platforms, smaller, but we need to really decrease our inventory so that we can really focus. And it goes back again to higher education as a sector. Again, yeah.
Is that a kind of piece of advice that you would recommend for, I guess, every CISO out there, CIO, who's kind of looking at their landscape, their kind of enterprise architecture? Again, we've got too many things here. Let's try and consolidate.
Of course.
Okay.
That's exactly that. We're all over the place. When there's an incident, it's like wildfire.
Yeah.
We're chasing our own tail, even though we have an incident response plan that we've been practicing. But because that we've got system fragmented all over, now we're chasing our own tail and we're wasting time.
Yeah.
If we have some kind of a platform-based solution that can work, touches email gateway security, DNS security, it can talk endpoint, XDR, all those things at once. And I'm seeing good things with other vendors that are going towards that. Okay. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's a start, and we need to really put our strategies towards that. And that it's because we don't have bigger teams. We've got lean teams. We are not a bank.
Yeah, sure.
So we need to really supplement our teams.
And then I think one of my questions, going back to my script.
Yeah.
I tend to veer off quite a lot.
No,
so
that's fine.
Going back to the script, it was around the idea of buzzwords. I mean, agentic AI was the buzzword last year, this year. I keep using mythos in every interview I do. But there's a lot of focus on this kind of jargon, these buzzwords. Do you think the people, like the vendors, overpitch that and just hang on to, I'm going to sell you AI washing, for example? That idea that they're just selling a concept when actually what they need to do is just kind of explain what the benefits are.
Of course.
And then you need to kind of look at what your risks are. So how do you go about assessing those risks and identifying what the key things are and then filtering out the noise?
I'll give you an example. I got one vendor telling me that, we'll come in and then we'll, implement zero trust in 3 months. And then I said, let's stop the meeting. Because I now understand that you don't know what you're doing. Zero trust is a journey.
Yeah.
And you need to listen to my requirement. I think vendors are really being under pressure with these buzzwords that are going all over. And now they're trying to come and sell us those.
Yeah.
Without sitting with me and listening to me saying, CIO, together with the CISO, let's sit down and find out what is your roadmap? What are your needs? What are your gaps? What are your challenges? So they come and bombard us with lots of solutions, lots of, buzzwords, and, because the whole world is talking about it. And because they are getting pressure from, their executives as well to come and sell you these things.
They've got targets to meet.
But I'm saying that if we really want to say that, and I'm taking it from a South African landscape point of view, if we really want a resilience in South Africa, we must work together, public, private, government, together, and find a way to not really being sold these things all over the place. Because at the end of the day, if they find a CISO or a CIO who really doesn't, I wouldn't say no, but they are not really aware of these. And this is a risk. It's a big risk, because when a vendor comes in and you just sign and then you go, it's a risk. So when they find those, and then you end up going to the question that we were discussing earlier of having fragmented now of all these systems. So do they understand your roadmap? Do they understand your 5-year plan? And do they understand the environment? That's where we should start. Because at the end of the day, we need a cybersecurity or a security strategy that is going to enable the organization, to achieve their strategic goals. So we can't just pick and choose. And budget as well. We don't have money for all these
I was going to say, how do you, as education, you mentioned that not all universities are banks. They're not don't have the same resources. How do you kind of have that conversation? These vendors will come in with kind of price points that they're expecting to hit, and you're not in that same ballpark as or do you find that you're getting vendors who understand the education industry better, understand that they can't charge you what they're charging banks.
So I've managed. So in few years, I've managed to filter.
Okay.
So I've got a formed relationship. For me, it's about relationship.
Yeah.
So I've formed the relationship with different vendors that I now know that they understand the landscape of higher education. And they now understand the challenges and risks and socioeconomic challenges that comes with a public university. So that's where we start. And if you see them coming for more, you must be aware that these guys are here for a relationship. It's not about a transaction. And that's where I say that's the departure point. So I've filtered and I know the guys that we can work with in the industry. And again, going back to HITA as an organization, I've mentioned HITA. HITA, what we do as 26 universities, we talk to these vendors and OEMs, and we come as a bargain and we get huge discounts.
Okay.
So that's where we can now say, guys, we sit here, we're not only talking about resources and budget, but we're talking about the challenges in higher education. How can we work together so that we make sure that the higher education is protected? So that's where we are.
And then that's the one side of the equation. The other side is going to the management team or the kind of the finance team within the university and then trying to get the budget. So how do you go about, like, we think we've sorted everything, we think we're secure, and now there's this new area of technology. We have to do something about mythos, for example, this emerging threat that suddenly crops up.
Yeah.
How do you persuade the finance team, we need to invest here, we need to suddenly look at all our vulnerabilities across all our in-house developed softwares?
Yeah, I think for me, really, it's not about, going there and, holding these, buzzwords, agentic AI, methods, challenges that are, for me, it's about we have a risk. And a lot of CIOs and CISOs, they don't really like auditors.
Sure.
I like auditors because I know they help me to motivate for my things to go through. Because if an internal audit department has got a list of our audits that has been there, because we can't mitigate them, because we need some kind of ingestion budget or resources to close those risks. I wouldn't go to a council meeting or audit and risk committee to talk about I need to buy things to mitigate mythos challenge. I will go basis on audit report and basis on the CRO's report. Match those two, you come and make a business case of what is your 3-year strategy to make sure that your posture and your security maturity, increases. So that is the communication, for me when I'm sitting with them. Not about, buzzwords that are going to confuse them. It's about, as counsel, you've got responsibility to make sure that audit findings are closed. You've got responsibility to make sure that these risks are being mitigated. This is my roadmap of 3 years to make sure that, and still putting to them saying that I'm aware that we don't have budget and we've got limited budget, hence my 3 year. I'm not saying I want all these things now, but phase approach, and we start with a risk approach as well of saying which are the critical risk and high risk that we need to close, and then I have those discussions with them. So that's my strategy that I use. I'm a friend of auditors.
Okay. I'm sure there'll be some that are pleased to know that. Yeah. Tell me, you've been, like you said, you've been to Security Summit a number of years.
Yeah.
What have you learned so far this year, and what do you hope to take away from it?
Yeah. So I think yesterday, it was all about AI, right? Especially agentic AI risks that are coming with all these nice things that we're seeing. For me as a CIO, I embrace those innovations. But obviously they come with risks.
Sure.
So those are things that, and I've been chatting with a lot of people yesterday just to make sure that, we share ideas, especially on third-party risk, As we move, for us to play around with AI or, huge GPU, we don't have hardware in our space. So we'll go, obviously, to the cloud. And then we're increasing, again, third-party, risks as we implement or research there, as we want to develop. So those are the things. But for me, really, it's about And a lot of people have mentioned that, third-party risk is still that risk that we need to really mitigate as we, implement these emerging technologies. AI it's not the end.
Yeah.
There will be others that are coming.
Sure.
And I keep on challenging other people, saying, guys, in security, we are talking about quantum.
Yes.
Are we doing something about it? Time is ticking.
Yeah.
Time is ticking. Do you have a plan that shows that at least you are doing something? So those things are there. Emerging technologies will always come. We just need to be ready and make sure that we don't go with emotions. We put a plan and a roadmap in place. Yeah.
And do you have a plan for quantum?
Not as yet.
Not as yet.
Those are discussions that we still,
Yeah.
I'm still getting practitioners and professionals in that space, researchers as well, to really sit down with us, and we thresh out these challenges, and we've seen that. But how can we be ready?
Yeah.
2030?
2029,
2029, right?
Yeah.
We must be ready.
Yeah.
And 2029 is tomorrow if you look at
2026 and
right?
we're already in June.
You understand? So,
Yeah.
but are we doing something? We're not. And I think different conferences, because of AI, agentic AI, it was Gen AI, and then now agentic, and then quantum, I think it's, at the back.
Yeah.
And people are not really,
I think it was at the front, and this is what I find interesting, is it was kind of more on people's radar until that mythos thing popped up, and then suddenly like, okay, well, that's far away, now we need to worry about this.
Yeah.
Even though it's still maybe like a couple of months away. But there was a guy I was chatting to earlier who was talking about how agents are able to coordinate, and actually they're almost, with some human involvement, they're kind of 90% where mythos is now. So that's already with agents that exist, like publicly accessible agents.
Yeah. So I think it's about now, right? People are looking at the risks that are now, but you're right. There's a lot of things that is happening because we want to mitigate the gaps that we want to close. But that we wake up tomorrow is 2028.
Yeah.
We are left with 12 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelly, that's been awesome. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, man. Yeah.
That's been Kelly Mokotse, who is the CIO of Central University of Technology. Please stay tuned. We'll be back soon with more from Security Summit. Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at Security Summit in association with Snowed Technologies. My name's Adrian Hinchcliffe. I'm now joined by Professor Danny Myberg from MD of Cyanri Group of Companies. Although I hear he's got some exciting news. I don't know how new it is. Danny, welcome.
Thank you very much, Adrian.
So we were just talking before we came on air about your acquisition. Tell us a little bit more about that.
So yeah, we're very honored that late last year we were approached by quite a large international firm called SGS. They are one of the largest testing facilities globally in terms of everything that needs to be tested that touches the human body, etc.
Okay.
And they are branching out into the IT and the IT security field specifically. So we are one of their first acquisitions globally into that area. There's been a number so far.
Okay.
But what's very exciting is that we are busy with plans and interviews already with staff in setting up capacity in London, in India, in Dubai, and Australia.
Wow.
So we are taking what we've built here in 21 years, we're taking that global. And what I, as a South African, love is the fact that we are seeing interest from international companies looking at the capacity that Africa has in terms of making a difference globally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's always this idea that, like, if you deal with crime a lot, as unfortunately we do in South Africa, that kind of makes you good at solving it. So maybe it's that, yeah. Okay, cool.
We actually did a discussion regarding, the aspect of you should get 10,000 hours to become an expert. And we did a calculation. If a CIO is hacked, organization is hacked 3 times, that's a lot. And how long it will take them to become an expert if they need 10,000 hours of experience of being hacked. And we came down to something like 65 years on the average quantity that a person can be hacked. Our teams, however, with the number of cases that we handle, it takes them, we came down to, I think, 18 months to pick up 10,000 hours of working on breaches.
Sure.
So yes, I think we get a lot of exposure to actually specialize in areas.
Yes, you really are on the front line.
Yeah.
And how do you, I remember, I think we chatted years ago about that, but how do you get that skills? Like you say, we're looking to expand. How do you find those skills of someone who's capable of either getting to those 10,000 hours or has those 10,000 hours?
So actually, this is a topic that's been coming up quite often now in government as well. So I was sitting on a forum that was advising the presidency in terms of what can we do about cyber crime and cyber forensics. And I said to the guys, the problem that we've got is we didn't cultivate any organizations that's producing skills in this environment. Everybody, the banks, industry has been feeding out of the same pool of knowledge without supplementing it. And what I mean with that is there's no university that's training people from start to finish to become a digital forensic expert. And with your security as well, you need to gain knowledge outside of what they've trained you in varsity to actually become a security expert or incident response practitioner. So what we try to do is we try to identify people that's got potential, either with a degree or people that are just interested and curious about computers, and we bring them into the team. I think one of the benefits that we've got is our capacity. We've got a pen testing team, we've got an incident response team, and we've got a digital forensic team. And without going into marketing regarding that, but I think we're the only company in Africa that's got those 3 qualifications in the same firm, because our pen testers are learning from the incident response on a daily basis how the hackers are attacking. And our response to that is driven. So we can issue a forensic report afterwards. And what we're now seeing with the information regulator in the past 2-3 months, they've actually started issuing summonses for companies to go and explain what happened in the breaches. And we've been involved in 2 of them, and we've also been involved with 2 or 3 where they actually did an inspection at the premises. And some of the comments was say, your report is too flimsy. It's not sufficient to report to third parties afterwards. So we are seeing that information regulators putting an emphasis on, can you actually report and say what happened during this breach? So it's really great for us that industries, pushing that value to a forensic report in that area. So I think it's a great bringing skills in And I've lobbied with the presidency to say we need to work with the universities. We need to start producing these security experts that's practical. And then also people like the banks that are making use of digital forensics. We should require everybody to start running internships as well. So that when people come out of varsities, that we can put them, because that's, we can't expect the person coming from our varsity to actually be able to step into a SASL and say, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I had a discussion with somebody that said, Danny, I can come and recruit one of your staff. I said, yes, what you're doing is you're taking a coal out of a burning fire and you're putting him on his own. It's that cohesion with the group. It's that feeding of each other that makes it great.
Yeah. So during Security Summit, there was someone I interviewed yesterday, Simpiwe Maisela.
Dr. C.
So I think he's from SS Consulting.
SS Consulting.
But he also
good friend of mine
at WITS as well.
Yes.
So I think that's quite nice. The idea that someone who's been in industry is now in university and is able to try and bridge that gap and get them exposure, the students exposure to pen testing teams or to
we have it in the digital forensic field as well. So I'm guest lecturer at Northwest.
Okay.
And then other friend of mine, Professor Antonio Pui, he's again also in the digital forensic field, lecturing at Rao. So it looks like the universities are bringing in experts within the field at least to come and get that knowledge into the students.
That's reassuring to hear.
It is.
Because as I asked my next question, do you get the sense, and I don't necessarily want to go into AI, but are we under greater attack at the moment in South Africa? I think politically there's a whole bunch of reasons geopolitically why we might be. But and it might be that kind of frequency illusion, I think is the term, that I'm just seeing more stories about hacks and potential hacks because we're in the run-up to Security Summit, so it's kind of coming across my eyeballs. Or it might just be that actually there is more going on, or it might be that the information regulators turned up the heat and people feel that they have to now start reporting and getting stuff out there.
What we are seeing is, so this year was very interesting for us. January was one of the quietest months we've seen.
Okay.
I don't know if the hackers might have gone after the Christmas season on a break, but we are doing the majority of work for the financial institutions, JSE, listed companies and insurance companies. So we do see what is actually going on, not necessarily from reports going through, because the unfortunate part, information regulator, if you send out an email to the wrong person, you have to report it because there was exposure to data. So the statistics are great, it's representative, but it's not often necessarily the serious cyber incidences. So we see the serious cyber incidences. February, we picked up about 7 breaches over in 14 days time of clients coming in. And that has been running all the way through to about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
2 weeks ago, it started quieting down. 3 weeks ago, we got notification of about 7 government organizations that was hits in South Africa. So, we don't know who's sitting behind all of these breaches because we, as a private company, can only trace it to the last IP address. So law enforcement needs to step in there and take that further. But it is just as if there are these waves coming through. And what we're also seeing is it is as if some of the groups are picking a specific industry. So there's a run on the platinum mines, or there's a run on the retailers, or
the education
on
sector,
doctors, or whatever. Yeah. So we are seeing this waves of attacks coming through on a specific environment.
You mentioned there law enforcement. I know you were involved in the early days with kind of that side of things. How are you seeing that change? Is there more kind of competency, more capability? I know we've talked about this for a few years, but has that kind of ramped up recently, or is it still kind of fairly static?
It's still very static, although we are seeing very positive initiatives taking on. I've just been involved in a project that I can't talk about too much, but there's a group of large organizations that's funding a project to create a capacity for the NPA in terms of digital forensics. It was literally digital forensics or computers plays a role, anything from child pornography to corruption to fraud, to even, attack on the street. There could be CCTV footage. So it's a critical need that the South African Police Service, the Hawks, and the NPA has. So that has been identified, and there are initiatives running through that's reporting to the presidency in terms of building this capacity. However, that comes back to the meeting I had with them in terms of, guys, you can't just fill a need. We need to create a pipeline of skills coming through, because if we have that need today, it's just going to escalate.
Yeah.
If we look at the impact that we're seeing on AI is having on attacks, on average now we're seeing attack periods. It's not 200 days on average anymore. We're seeing 74 days, as short as 7 days before they start encryption. The shortest one we had this year, or they were in the environment for something like, I think, about 7 hours, got the data encrypted from start to finish.
Sure.
So, it's escalating on the crime side, and we are not creating a pipeline of skills. We can say what we want about AI. We are going to need people to interpret the facts that the AI could analyze and go and testify in a court. We can't go and take AI and put it on a witness stand and then cross-examine it.
Yeah.
So we need to start, South Africa seriously needs to start looking at capacity building and maintaining that skill set in South Africa.
Okay. I mean, talking about AI, it's a topic that as journalists, we love picking up on these new topics. But one of them is obviously the Mythos tool that's kind of Anthropic's developed and keeping in Project Glasswing at the moment. What's your sense of that? Is it a good thing for the industry? Is it a bad thing?
We are closely monitoring it at this stage. We are sitting here at the point of Africa, looking at what's happening in the world. So it's very, very difficult from this perspective to give a comment on exactly what the impact of it is going to be, because they are keeping it under lock and key. Hopefully they're keeping it or they're succeeding in keeping it under lock and key. But the attacks that we're seeing, what I tried to explain to people in the past, we were dealing with a person. So a hacker is also a human being. And from the Interpol reports, we know that there's 1,000 people that's human trafficked and kept against their will just to hack other people. So we used to deal with a person that had to go to sleep, that was hungry, that could make a mistake. Now we're encountering AI. So it's our team are pitched immediately against the smartest brains out there, because they've got the collection of all the knowledge out there, and it's a really unfair fight. We can also use AI, yes, but we are always reactive to what a hacker has been doing for 2 months, 3 months in the environment. And how do you catch up, even if you've got access to AI, with that level of attack that's already taken place with AI, and still try to contain them, getting them out of the environment and repairing the environment?
Okay. So I'm going to ask the first of my questions from the script. So when a major breach happens, like the enterprise, presumably, maybe you're not involved with the enterprise. How do you, how often do you get involved, like called in at the last minute? And how do you kind of explain or walk them through it? Like, I know from a forensics point of view, you want to kind of retain all the evidence, but maybe they just want to stop what's happening and get us up and running as soon as possible.
So for us, it is the main driving force is not the digital forensics. The advantage of the client is that we are digital forensic experts. So we come in, and our main objective is to limit the damage.
Okay.
And that's the total focus of everything that we do. So first of all, that containment actions. We are lucky in the sense that we are normally notified within the first 8 hours. Sometimes there is some delays that's taking place, but we normally get involved very early on in an attack. We assist the client with that containment, or we find out what they've done. So we assess whether their containment actions is sufficient. Sometimes their containment actions are so efficient that they cut off important sides of their business that is now suffering because they disconnected everything. But then that threat hunting. So the focus is finding the point of compromise as quickly as possible that we can lock it down, finding out what the hacker was doing inside, what were they after. So that is our priority. While the client starts assessing how healthy is their backups, getting their house in order, what strategy do they need for communication, for continuing with normal business. We can focus on the cyber side of things. So the eradication of the hackers, getting them out of the environment, starting to beef up that security measures, to resetting the passwords, making sure that we have reset all the endpoint monitoring, all of those type of things, helping the client with the negotiations if need be, and then completing it. So we're very fortunate, and while we're doing that, we're collecting all the evidence in a forensic sound manner, and once the client is stable, then only will we go and do a deep dive forensics so that they can continue with their business, and afterwards we just compile the report. But we can't tell them, listen, your business has to suffer. We need to get the forensics done first. You're working there to save that business.
And then in terms of the breaches that you've seen maybe this year, where are they coming from? Are you able to kind of tell that? Are you able to kind of pick up the common types of attack?
The location-wise from countries. So we've got an idea more or less. It is a spread between East and West African countries, definitely. We're seeing from China, from Russia, and then from the US. However, approximately 28% of our breaches last year, the last hop was from South Africa. And the only reason why I think we're seeing that is because one of the first mechanisms that organization would do is to block international IPs, and the hackers knows it. So, they're always adjusting it. The unfortunate part that we've got with the likes of a Mykonos, for example, is you've got this continuous capability now out there in terms of AI can monitor the environment. If you change it, they find another attack vector. And one of the simplest ones is to bounce the last attack through a South African server. So.
And then you mentioned that you'll sometimes help negotiate with cyber criminals for the enterprises. Talk us through that. Like, how do you gain that trust with the cyber criminals, whether they're going to stiff you or like whether you actually can trust them? And then do you pay the ransom or not?
So the negotiation portion is something that you have to be very circumspect with. We never engage, and we never advise that anybody engage with a hacker until management has taken that decision. We very often see, if an IT person sees the ransom note and there's an email, send out an email, and they start with a discussion that you don't control, they don't have experience on what they're saying and what they're putting on the table, etc. So we advise clients not to do it for themselves because they're also emotionally invested. We do on average, I would say so far we've done about 60 negotiations for clients in the last 3 or 4 years. So it's a consideration to say, is there a need for us to contact the hackers? So you're sitting with a scenario that the data could be encrypted and or data could be stolen. So one of the first considerations is to contact the hackers. If we need to work through all the logs, it could take me 5 days to determine how much and what data was leaked. So a consideration is make contact with the hackers and ask them for proof of life. They are used to giving you an overview of what because they want to convince you that there's a lot of damage for you. So they'll send you what they've taken, not necessarily everything, but it'll give you an idea where they are. We're not negotiating it. We are just, establishing facts. Then it's a question of sometimes we need to negotiate with them to buy time for our clients to find out what the situation is or to notify regulators or clients, etc. Sometimes we end up with there's no alternative. We have to consider negotiating for a settlement. Predominantly, we only see that applies where we have to decrypt data, not necessarily because if your data was stolen, the damage is done. You have to report it, the reputational damage is there. There's actually very little motivation to pay if just your data has been stolen, other than please don't, publish it, which is an important fact for some of the data subjects. But in the decryption, if the backups are wasted and we can't rebuild it, we can't restore the company, then it's a consideration if the amount is feasible or not. And then it's a question of there are international checks that you need to do. We have to be cognizant of what the legal requirements are. So we normally work hand in hand with a law firm in terms of this whole process, establishing contact with hackers. The most important part is we do a full forensic intelligence report on that hacker group, because you want to know that you're dealing with a specific group. Are they truthful? What's the past experiences with them? How do they attack? And through the methodology of the attack, you can see, is it the real group or not? So it's establishing that facts, and then you can advise your client and say, okay, this is typical of them, or so this is impersonation. How safe do we feel about it? So yeah, it's a very delicate situation.
To ask a silly question, is there like a Google review, Google rankings on the dark web of certain hacker groups? Is there somewhere that you can go and find, these guys are only a 1-star in terms of trustworthiness?
Not that I know of,
okay.
But I'll have my team look into it. Okay. So no, we basically, what we do is we monitor the different groups. Okay. We do have intelligence on the groups that we keep up to date. And what we also try to do is to make contact with some of the previous victims, you know, and then convince them about our credentials and talk to them about that experience.
And okay. And then last question. You've been in this industry for a number of years. You've come to Security Summit for a number of years, as we've discussed. What do you hope to get from this year? What lessons have you learned? What do you hope to learn?
So what we want to try to convince people about is to say that we don't see a direct correlation between how much money you spend on your security towards how secure you are. Yes, it contributes to it. Or how easy you are recovering from an incident if it does take place. So the message that we've got for clients is your preparation for any breach should be, or any security strategy should be, not if it happens to you, but when it happens to you, how will you deal with it? So looking at your budgets, are you spending enough to prevent it from happening? Because that's the best situation. Mm-hmm. But you should have a focus in your budget and all your monitoring on, am I detecting a breach if it came through? And then what do I do about it? And we play in that space of assisting clients from A to Z in preventative services, pen testing, etc., doing detection services, as well as the incident response in terms of how do you recover, how do you minimize that business impact?
Yeah. Okay. Danny, that's been great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. That's been Danny Myberg from Cyanri. Please stay tuned. We'll be back soon, live from Security Summit. Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at Security Summit in association with Snowed Technologies. I'm now joined by Marlies de Villiers, who is the CEO of RAW Consulting and Coaching. Marlies, welcome.
Thank you, Adrian. It's great to be here with you.
Cool, it's nice to have you here. We're going to talk about something that probably doesn't get talked about enough, which is around burnout. It's about mental health. Cybersecurity is a very high pressure industry. There's a lot of threats all the time. It's a 24/7 attack sphere. So yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah. You've published a book. You were speaking about like mental health, about like reaching burnout. Just give us a little idea of your background. Your background is in cyber. So how did you get to the point of talking on a stage about how important it is for making sure that we all kind of mentally well and calm?
Yeah. So I've been in cyber now for almost 16 years, which feels a little bit like a lifetime. You know, when I was at PwC still in London in 2010, I went back after my second son was born, and they just started the cybersecurity function or service in the firm. And you know, I remember having a conversation with a colleague, William Beer, telling me, you know, this is actually not a technology problem we're trying to solve. This is a people problem. And by then, I was already known in the firm as a transformation expert. So I was working in the finance transformation space, and then very quickly pivoted into cybersecurity. So this whole new world opened up for me, and I loved it. And then I did some research for an organization, published the research in 2012, really around how organizations must move away from promoting awareness to embedding secure mindsets and habits into the culture of the organization. Okay. And so I'm still using that methodology today. But during that time, I then joined this other organization. I left PwC, I joined this other organization, and that's where I experienced my first kind of bullying, you know, over a course of 3 or 4 years. And then led to my burnout. So it sort of was that enough is enough moment. One day, the managing director, he demoted me in front of my team in the boardroom, and I literally had that moment in the bathroom afterwards where I was just like, I looked in the mirror and I just like, I had enough, and I quit. And that's when I started my own journey about 8 years ago now as RAW, and published RAW, How to Tame the Bully Inside and Out, back in 2019. And it was really around this idea that it was this silent epidemic. So I saw a lot of bullying happening. I felt very alone in it. I thought I was the only person this ever happened to. But then I started talking to people in the industry, very, very accomplished leaders, and everybody had a relatable story to share. So I realized it was a big problem in the industry, and that actually made me a little angry. And that's my initial decision to write the book. And I realized that I became my own biggest bully. I will never forget, there was a team member one day in my team. So I was basically heading up the research team and had only guys reporting to me. And he literally, as a techie, said to me, Marlies, you'll never be taken seriously because you're not technical enough. And so that's okay. But I took it to heart, and I gave it meaning. And then that became like a bit of that sort of imposter. And I think a lot of us struggle with the imposter syndrome in the industry, where you're expected to be an expert, but you don't feel adequate. And it's like that whole narrative of I am not good enough. And so I had to really work through that over the years. I'm still a work in progress. I still work on that today. But this is very much what I want to encourage cybersecurity professionals to do, is to believe that they're already enough. And this whole inside out transformation is really about taking personal accountability. And so the inner bully is the biggest thing that prevents us from actually being at our best. So yeah, that's really a little bit in a nutshell the story.
So I mean, I think there's a whole bunch of questions that I've got. I mean, one of them, like I mentioned at the top, was around the cybersecurity industry. It is a non-stop industry. I know that like we're expecting analysts to kind of keep track of what's going on for a period. I've spoken to CISOs before about how they ensure their team isn't reaching burnout. Probably in reality, like I can work 70 hours a week, I can work over weekends, I can work at night, I do what I need to do. How do you make that, like how do you spread that it's okay to kind of take a breather from the top down to the team And how are you going about doing that into organizations? Do they come to you because they've got a problem, or do you kind of reach out to them because you've kind of heard that somewhere that someone's burnt out and it's maybe endemic in that organization?
The sad thing is people never take proactively, they never do something proactively. It always has to become a crisis.
Yeah.
And I know it's become a crisis for myself before I actually took action. And so unfortunately it's only after something serious has happened. It's only after the incident has happened. It's only after the effect. And I think that's what I'm hoping to change in the industry through my work is really to help people recognize the importance. So recognize is actually the first step of the ROAR process.
Okay.
So recognize, observe, assert, and redirect. So this is how you have the conversation with yourself, to how you reframe that inner dialogue, that old story, that limiting conversation, the lies that you tell yourself about I'm not good enough. And then it's also about, the conversations with other people. So a lot of my work is centered around treating energy as your greatest currency. Okay. And so we don't recognize always the importance of our interactions with people and how it sucks our energy. How we sometimes work with people who really suck our energy.
Time vampires.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a time vampire. It's really like but the tough truth is that you allow that person to suck your energy, even though it doesn't feel like it. You feel like you just want to punch them in the face, but you have to control, and you can control how you respond to that individual. And that's really the essence of the work that I do, is to help people understand those relational dynamics and in the courageous conversations, the roars, the speaking up, because we avoid those conversations because we think the problem's going to go away, and then it just escalates. And so within that, if you think about charging your batteries and depleting your batteries, you're not going to allow your phone to get to 20% and then just leave it.
Yeah.
You're going to plug it in, you're going to charge it, and it's daily. So why do we not do that with our well-being,
health,
with our mental health? Why do we not develop that muscle and say, this is a priority? I've got to look after my well-being. I've got to do my exercise. I've got to sleep well. I've got to prioritize my diet, whatever your spiritual practices are, if you have any. But it's really about doing, that daily. And we all just don't. We don't.
So how do you scale that to an organization? So there's a CISO who, and they've got a team that's, like I say, under high pressure all the time.
Yeah.
How do they scale that to their team to say it's okay to take a breather, to look after yourself?
Yeah.
But also balancing that kind of difficulty of, actually, I can't have you slacking off because we need to kind of keep the baddies out.
Yeah. So it starts with the leader setting the example, right? So you cannot move away from the fact that as a leader, I've got to show up and I've got to show that it's okay. So it's about role modeling that behavior. But it's even bigger than the CISO. It starts with the organization overall, because it's a business priority. And it's not just another fruit bowl or another meditation app. It's really about, is the business serious about creating psychological safety so that there is an open reporting culture? At the end of the day, this is the majority of what cybersecurity is about, is having an open reporting culture. People must feel safe to speak up. And so it goes beyond the CISO even, So how you scale this is actually to influence the organization to say, hey, if we want people to speak up in the case of a cyber incident, we'd better sort out our culture holistically at the top, basically.
I was going to say, is this like a cyber issue? Or is this a broader kind of organizational issue?
100% a broader organizational issue. But it's the influence that the CISO must have at the board level to say, hey, guys, this needs to be a priority. And how is the CISO currently influencing the board to say, if we have a toxic culture, we are never going to sort this out. We're always going to have incidents because people are going to be afraid. There's a blame culture. And you see this in most organizations. You see the blame culture. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this. I can really a big bugbear of mine. And as I said, earlier to you before we hopped on here, it's how many organizations, how many cybersecurity vendors actually prioritize people resilience?
Yeah.
We talk about technology a lot, but how many of us talk about people resilience? I don't think there are enough.
I mean, at least one conversation I can remember with the CISO, he did talk about that like you do need the team to be alert.
Yeah.
And you can't be alert 24/7. You can't be alert. Yeah. So it's important that they, I mean, you mentioned meditating. I think he also talks about meditation. But I guess it's got to be something that's driven from the top, but also like taken inside personally as well.
Yeah, so basically that personal ownership, that personal ownership for me is really, really important because it's, I talk about daily meds. And it's your daily meds are your daily practices around your meditation, your exercise, and your diet and your sleep. Okay. And those things should be non-negotiable. You know, we don't want you to be popping pills because you're so stressed out. Because let's face it, a lot of us do. You know, that's the reality. But it's like if you can really start getting on top of those daily practices, you know, and then relationships on top of that. So recognizing when you have those energy charges, those energy drainers, and understanding the relational dynamics, then you've got a good recipe to empower yourself and to set healthy boundaries in the way that you interact, in the way that you show up, and the way that you interact with your colleagues.
I assume you've kind of been brought into organizations to do consulting and coaching. Yeah. What's your, like, could you give us an example without naming names?
Yeah.
Like a cybersecurity leader or perhaps a senior leader who's kind of shown the worst of things versus someone who's shown the best of things?
Yes, two people jumped to mind. So this was both in consulting roles when I was still working in London. So listed companies, both in safety critical environments. Okay. So part of the sort of national infrastructure. And the one was very, very narcissistic, very, very big ego. Got a real kick out of, you know, creating kind of chaos around himself. You know, he was very much like, he loved the drama. He was addicted to the drama. And that really filtered down into the team in terms of, you know, because people obviously wanted to please him and prove themselves. And, you know, like, it's this whole like dynamic that quite a narcissistic leader creates in the organization. So that was not a great experience. And I personally didn't even last there because that was just after sort of my own burnout. And I really needed to get out of that environment myself, even as a consultant, you know, so that was interesting. And then the other organization was a female CISO. And again, I think the fact that she could really, really create that environment for the team to thrive, the team to speak up, was because the organization took well-being so seriously, you know, and there was, because of the safety culture, there was much more of a speak-up culture. And it was a much more high-performing, much more thriving team and lots of beautiful delivery. You know, in the first organization, we delivered nothing. In the other organization, there was like, you know, we're churning out deliverables and just improving things systematically over time. And it was a much better experience, and I lasted a lot longer in that environment as well. So
one thing I'm hearing, and I'm slightly conscious of it, we have various initiatives across ITWeb. One of them is something called Wired for Women. But it sounds like the woman is more in touch with that kind of soft skills, with the importance of kind of having the balance and the mental health, whereas the man was more, and I'm not necessarily saying that, but like, do you think that is something that you find, that women tend to be more in touch with that taking a breath, like being able to cope with the mental health, and men are more kind of, we need to get this done, we need to focus, we need to, like, it doesn't matter how long it's going to take me, I'll just buckle down and keep going, and I've broken.
Yeah, I don't love to be stereotypical that. And it's not necessarily a man versus women thing. It's a masculine energy versus feminine energy. Okay. So we both, as men and women, we both carry both masculine and feminine energy. And so I think where you see a leader being a lot more in touch, male or female, is someone who's embracing that more nurturing, that more feminine energy. And there's a good balance between the two. So I actually write about this in my latest book,
Okay.
More, which is about how to play to win without burning out. So this is the lesson I've had to learn as someone who grew up in a hustle culture, in a very much like do more, do more, do more culture. Now suddenly I'm in a place where I keep burning out.
Yeah.
So how do I change this? Because now I've got to take personal responsibility. And I've had to learn in the last couple of years to be more. And the being more is a more feminine energy. And I think that's what, because let's face it, I've worked with some women who has that masculine energy as well, which is not, women bully other women.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the reality. When I did my research, a lot of the women who were bullied were bullied by other women. So I don't want to make this about men and women. I do want to make this about energy.
Okay.
And recognizing the masculine and the feminine. And you've got to do and you've got to be and you've got to bring those two energies together and balance that as a leader in terms of high challenge and high support. You've got to find that equal balance between high challenge and high support.
Okay. Marlies, just as a closing thought,
Yes.
What advice would you give to someone in the cybersecurity industry? Just like a snippet or like a minute of how to recognize that they're kind of reaching burnout before it happens.
Yes. So the question I asked in my presentation, the opening question I asked yesterday was, are you serving others your energy on a silver platter?
Okay.
And so this is a little bit of a tough truth conversation where you've got to hold up the mirror and you've got to get honest about the fact that you are in relationships every day, a relationship with yourself and a relationship with other people. Are you actually protecting your energy? Are you creating healthy boundaries? Because we have to start treating energy as our greatest currency.
Okay. Marlies, that's been great. Thank you so much. It's a topic that doesn't get talked about enough,
Thank you very much.
I feel, in this industry. That's been Marlies de Villiers from Raw Consulting and Coaching. Please stay tuned. We'll be back with more from Security Summit. Hello and welcome to Security Summit at ITWeb. Oh, no, got that wrong. Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at Security Summit. I'm joined now by Stefan Pelser, who is software engineer at Snowed. Snowed, of course, is our sponsor and partner with the Security Summit booth, where we are broadcasting from, on the floor for the first time this year. Stefan, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
So let's talk about AI. I know that that's your kind of area of focus.
It is.
It's obviously a hot topic at the moment.
Indeed.
It's in our title. Yeah, I'm sure everyone around here has been talking about it.
Buzzwords.
Yeah. But you're specifically focusing on AI agents, right?
Yes.
Just briefly, could you tell us like what you think bad guys are using them for, but also like how you're using them to counter any kind of threats?
Sure. I think automation is a big thing, and I think one of the things currently is that AI just makes it easier for guys to just get from the ground and start writing scripts, attacking. So it makes the possible amount of people hacking actively a lot higher, right?
Sure.
And I think for us as a defensive company, the big thing is automations, right? So we have a dashboard, we have a bunch of alerts, and analysts get alert fatigue. It's just getting spammed. This has been an issue before AI, but I think it's just going to get worse and worse. And what AI allows us to do, agents specifically, so chatbots we are all aware of, but I think we kind of skipped that step because it's cool, but it's not practical.
Yeah.
And what we did is we jumped straight into agents specifically. And the idea here is if we can start utilizing agents on our side to, one, do automations, start doing things automatically, and two, to enhance our current SOC team, the juniors and the seniors, to 10x their performance, 10x the amount of clients they can actually communicate with properly and effectively. That is, I think, the two major things that we want to focus on with the agentic side.
So you say you use them for automation. What kind of tasks are you using them for?
Yes. So I think it's a wide variety, and it can be, especially in our case, it's specifically for our dashboard. But let's say, for example, you have playbooks that we use to make automations. So for example, it can automatically suppress an alert or quarantine an IP and stuff like that. How it works now is our analyst needs to go into our dashboard, set up the rule, create descriptions and or logic, query logic, all those kinds of things. And it's not that they aren't capable of doing it. It just takes time and they need to vet it. Now we have a chatbot physically living in our dashboard. They can just go and say, I have this alert. I already checked. It's benign. Please just go and suppress. It goes, it thinks about it, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, bam, pops up on the dashboard, automatically pre-fills the descriptions. The naming is proper because it's our naming convention, because it knows and understands how we are using it. It fills in the and or logic, which can become very complex, and it does that automatically for you. And how we are currently doing it is we're keeping humans in the loop. Okay. So we aren't just deploying that automatically. So it pops up, they can still go and validate it, and then they can just click create, and it goes out. And the same for stream alerts, searching the web, vulnerability management, asset management. We're building and integrating these agents into our dashboard interactively so that you don't have to do context switching. They don't have to go to ChatGPT if they want to do it. We have local hosted models, so you don't have to worry about data privacy. What are they accidentally pasting in the chat? All those kinds of things. So it just makes the process a lot more seamless. They don't have to worry about all these nitty-gritty things, and they can actually use their mental capacity, their mental energy to focus on the problem, which is, how am I detecting threats? What should I build to automatically stop these things, rather than having to worry about the minutiae of the everyday tasks?
Okay. So how has it, I mean, you're presumably using them to some degree, or maybe you're setting everything in motion for the other analysts to use.
Yes.
How has it changed their daily routines?
So I think the biggest thing here is, like I said, they have to do a lot of writing descriptions, writing names. Now, I don't know about you, but you know what you're doing, but as soon as you need to name this thing, the brain just goes into a loop and it takes a while. All of this wastes time.
Okay.
And training as well. Every time we get a new person on, for example, we need to actually explain to them, how does this work? How's the query language function? Now, we don't need to do those things, or at least we need to do that less. And they can actually also use the agent, which does understand how it works, to learn themselves as well. So they can retroactively use the agent as well to increase their understanding. It's not just the agent doing everything, right? They can retroactively use it. But anyway, I think at the end of the day, it saves a lot of time because these creating alerts, creating playbooks, searching the web, enriching IPs, for example. Now I have an IP. I don't know what this IP is. Now I can go open up four websites, paste it in, read through it. You don't have to do that anymore. You can copy it into the agent, say, tell me about this IP.
Sure.
It goes and pastes that IP in the website automatically for you, and it gives you a summary of all 4 websites at once. You can do multiple IPs at the same time. So I think the big thing is the more we can automate I need to context switch. I need to go to this website. Now I need to go to this dashboard. Now I need to Google something. Now they live in the dashboard. They ask something, and in parallel, they can look at the dashboard. They can search for data that's relevant. Come back. Okay, you did this. You found this. Implement it for me. Can search the database as well, so you can do automatic investigations. We're slowly moving towards that as our analysts are now providing feedback to us where it's maybe a little bit inaccurate. Is this a false positive? Is it a true positive? Tuning the agent to become more and more accurate. And then we can also move to more autonomous behaviors where we can slowly but surely use the humans less in the loop, because now we trust the AI agent more because it's been tuned by the analysts to be more accurate.
So how do you get, do you ever hand it over completely, or will there always be a human in the loop? Is there kind of still at what point do you decide, okay, we trust this enough, let's take the reins off, let it run free?
I think from my perspective, keeping human in the loop is never going to be a bad idea. I think probably when you get to the point of communicating and interacting with clients, I think personally I would always like to have a human just give a very quick overview, right? Creating alerts can definitely get to a point where we know this is very accurate because we have so many examples that we can give it that it can use as reference that the chances of it being incorrect is very, very slim. And I think the big advantage is it's not as complex as one would think, which allows the model to do these things. It's just time consuming. So I don't think there's necessarily this worry that AI can, for example, or the agent can accidentally, do something that's going to create a lot of noise and stuff like that, because we are also designing the system with safeguards and guardrails in place that it can't do these problematic things. It can't just go and edit your database. So I think moving towards that more autonomous behavior is definitely going to happen, but we are designing it with the guardrails and the safeguards in place that we don't have to worry about something going wrong in the case we have decided to remove the human in the loop.
Okay. And then what I'm hearing is that it's kind of freeing up the analysts to do more, to kind of expand their workload. To some degree, I guess it's kind of helping the junior analysts do more. Does that kind of not get away from those foundations? Are you just taking away admin, or are you taking away some of the things that would actually help build understanding and critical skills going forward?
Yes.
Are you kind of bypassing a step almost that they level up?
Yes.
Senior?
So I think from my perspective, I don't think so. No, I think it is naturally possible, but I think the big thing is it's the culture that we are going to try build around the agent. The agent is an augmenter and a tool and a helper. It's not a replacer. It's not going to do your whole job for you. It's more in line with what you said. It takes away admin, it takes away tedious tasks. It maybe replaces some of the training you would need to do, not for their cognitive ability, just they need to understand how our system works so they can implement something they already understand. And then, like I also mentioned previously, the agent can also be retroactively used to understand things better. So I guess if you use it incorrectly, it is possible. But I think the culture we have is the agent is helping you and augmenting you. And in that sense, I don't think it's going to result in people's cognitive ability to go down, if that answers the question.
And is it something that you kind of use internally, or is it something that you provide to clients? Is it something that you do the managed service security services and your team is using it inherently?
This specific agent is something that we provide as part of our service. So like I said, it lives in the dashboard itself.
It helps you?
Yes, yes. It helps our analysts specifically. I am just a developer. But so we interface with them a lot. And I think the nice thing is, like I mentioned on the training side as well, with channel partnerships and with clients also using our dashboard, they don't now need that training. Right. They can just actually open the chatbot and interface with something like you and I would talk. And I think that's also the biggest thing here is it removes a lot of that complexity because now I can talk with something in my native language. Yep. And I think that just makes the process a lot easier. And on the client side and the data sovereignty side, we are using local hosted LLMs, so you don't have to worry about your data going to ChatGPT or Google or anything. Everything is self-hosted. So you don't have to worry about maybe accidentally running something that's going to leak sensitive information. All of that lives locally on your system. So I think in that sense, that's also a very big thing because I think from a security point of view, it's very easy to have been able to say, let's jump the gun and let's just use ChatGPT and plug it into our system. But I think that is a little bit, what's the word? It's not how we would want to behave towards our clients. I don't think that's, it's not responsible to do. And I think the local LLMs solves that problem completely.
How effective is a local LLM when presumably it's offline?
Yes.
What are the benefits? How does it stay current if it's not connected?
Yeah, so that's a very valid question. Early on, I think local LLM models definitely were not as good and were not up to standard. Recently, they've definitely started catching up. But I do think in order to get into a point where they are effective, where I think they are now, the system engineering around the model is actually really starting to get important. So I know the buzzwords these days is context engineering and harness engineering, but that just refers to the system and the software engineering principles that's structured around the model. The model does function like the brain, but the safeguards, what it can do, the workflows, how it interacts with our system and APIs, that's the kind of thing that actually starts enabling these smaller models to start functioning like they are smarter models, because you are taking away some of that openness and giving it structure and control. And now the model does not have to worry or think about these other details. It can actually focus on the task at hand. And if you constrain that task narrowly, then they are actually quite good. And that is what we are doing. So we are just focusing a lot on how we are building the system around the model and then verifying and validating that, yes, this is accurate, it is giving good results. And in that way, we can ensure that these local models, even though they are 100 times smaller, are actually becoming competitive and solving the problem that we have.
And where are they hosted? Are they hosted, how big are these models? Is it something that you sit on a laptop? Does it require a string of servers, a cluster of servers?
So there are certainly some laptops that should be able to run it.
Okay.
But so the one we're using for testing and those purposes, we have a small server running. Okay. But when I say server, it's more of a PC currently. So there's a single GPU in. Yes, if you want to start having 100 people, 200 people using it, you're going to have to scale it. You'll have to probably add more GPUs, as that's the main bottleneck for these things. So I think how we probably would do it is it's going to depend on the client, because some clients are probably going to be okay with it being local hosted on our side. But if we are going to extend it to a lot of clients, we'll probably ask you to fund the initial cost of the server, but it's not as big as you would think. Like I said, it's more like a PC sized.
Sure.
And you can keep it at your company's servers where you would usually do, then you know it's safe and you know it doesn't leave your internet, it doesn't go out, it doesn't go to us, it stays local, it stays there. And I mean, you would want to scale it, but that's also something depending on the company, but you don't need these data centers in order to run it. Yeah.
Okay. So with the number of CVEs that's growing rapidly, and I think the capabilities of AI to kind of scale those, it obviously offers the potential that bad actors can kind of attack much faster, much more widely than before. Are we now at a point where only AI agents can respond to that? Or is the human still kind of capable of having some role?
Yeah, no, look, the human is always going to be necessary.
Okay.
The agent is, like I said, it's an augmenter, it's a helper. And it does, like I said, it's 5x, 10x in performance. So I think in that sense, it's going to help with that scalability. I think a lot of these things, if you can catch them early, preventative measures, which the AI also helps with, that's going to stop a lot of these CVEs and these things coming through. Like I said, we do vulnerability management. The agent helps you prioritize which ones you should look after. I think the agent is just going to help us keep up. So as the attackers are using AI more, we also just need to make sure that we are using it effectively so that we can keep up. I think if we throw away the AI, it's going to be hard to keep up. But no, the human will always be necessary. It's going to augment our people to just focus on the truly important things. But the humans will always be necessary, absolutely. Because they are also going to inform the agent, and they are also used to tune the agent as we go on. Because AI is very good with what it's been trained on.
Yeah.
And we can safeguard and build around that. But in that sense, the human is always going to be necessary. So we can actually keep the models up to date with these new things that are constantly coming up. So in that sense, the humans are always going to be fundamental.
Okay. As a closing question, I don't know if you were here yesterday. You were?
No,
not yesterday. You're here today. What are you hoping to get from the show? Is there anything that you're hoping to learn, networking, or kind of, I don't know, building professional relationships? What's your takeaway from Security Summit?
So I think obviously it's all of those things, but I do think obviously from my side as the AI person, I think I really do want people to understand that we are reaching a point specifically with local models and data sovereignty. In the AI space, we are getting to a point where these local models are becoming competitive and can actively be used to increase performance and effectiveness of our SOC analysts. And I think if people are going to miss that, we are going to get left behind. And I think I really want people to understand that the way we are implementing it is safe and it's effective and it lives inside our dashboard. So yes, also a little bit of sales, but it is getting to a point where it's helping us. It's not a blocker. It's really, really actually improving our workflows, and it's giving our guys the ability to focus on what's important, saving time, and once again, being able to scale our client base without having to constantly hire new guys, train new guys. And especially on the channel partnership, that makes the channel partnership so much easier because it's just a lot less friction, right? We can become channel partners, and you can actually now use our system almost like we would use our system.
Sure.
I think that's a big takeaway that I would like the people to understand from this.
Okay. Stefan, that's been great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
That's been Stefan Pelser from Snow Technologies. Please stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at Security Summit in association with Snowd Technologies. I'm now joined by Alicia Sarabjith, who is the Head of Information Security at Mr. Price Group. Alicia, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you're effectively the CISO, right?
Well, we don't use the title, but pretty much Head of Information Security.
Okay,
yes.
okay, cool. So I know that your presentation is focused on the buzzwords, or the fact that we use a lot of buzzwords and focus on those kind of things, but yours is more about the human side.
So yes, technology vendors, the marketplace just focus so much on the tech and the buzzwords and the acronyms. And I thought, let's bring it home. Let's talk about the people behind it, the stress levels behind it, and also the humans, you know, our end users at the end of the day. So yeah, I brought it a little bit human-centric.
Why do you think the industry fails to kind of capture that? Why does it always, I mean, they've got to sell technology, obviously, but like, why does it ignore the people side?
I think it's just an expectation of the role. The nature of cybersecurity is such a serious role, and the technology landscape. And I just think with encompassing cybersecurity and knowing that you're in cybersecurity, you're pretty much signing yourself up for those sort of perceptions. So I think it's ignored a little bit because everybody has to adapt at the evolution and the pace and the sophistication. So you either adapt or die. And pretty much that is why the human element gets left behind. Okay. It's just surging on with the next best tech that's coming in.
Feels a little bit odd to ask this question then. Is AI only going to make that problem worse?
I think there's pros and cons to the use of AI. There's definitely amazing use cases. But there's also some, the downside of AI, like the use of water. You know, we've got so many countries with no water, and the data centers that are fueled by water. So there's a lot to consider from an ethic perspective, from a governance perspective, and a risk perspective with regards to the use of it. And I think if used responsibly, it can be remarkable.
Okay. So as a CISO, you've got to kind of constantly firefight, and there's going to be a lot of stakeholders kind of expecting a lot from you all the time. So how do you manage to do that effectively without burning out? How do you kind of stay balanced? How do you make sure that you're not getting too overwhelmed by everything?
Look, it starts with the bare basics. You have to have an amazing team, a strong team to support you when you fall. When you have those bad days, you have to have a strong leadership team that you can turn to when you're feeling vulnerable. And also to have your back on those crazy days. But me, from a personal note, I try to keep myself very grounded in terms of knowing business is business, home is home, and to trying to find that sweet balance between my work-life balance and also doing the same for my team. And I think if you can do that effectively with yourself, with your team, with your management teams, it makes half the journey a whole lot easier.
How do you lead? Like, how do you do that as a leader? How do you get that kind of balance right of, guys, I need you to consider your mental health. I need you to take breaths, look after yourself. Also, we're under a 24/7 threat. Like, there's attacks constantly. You can't be slacking off. How do you get that balance right?
I think the trick is to having the right people around you. And if you don't have the right people around you, you develop, mentor them until they become the right people. In terms of being a 24/7 threat evolution, it never stops. So you've literally got to unplug from situations. Work on your burning priorities first, which is what we do, and deal with everything else later. And I think my team appreciate the check-ins. You've got to basically, do constant check-ins. How you doing? Are you really well? Like sanity check levels, tiredness, burnout. You got to have those conversations with your team and be open and honest to have it with your own leader as well.
Yeah.
Because you've got to be honest that if you're tired, burnt out, that's going to reproduce in the work that your outputs. So it's quite important to make sure that you know where people are at in your team. And
I suppose they've got to be alert.
100%.
Like, it's all well and good being there for 8 hours a day, but if you're exhausted, you're going to miss things.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. So to look more towards Mr. Price and the industry you're in, a few years ago, the buzzwords again was omnichannel. And I know you've kind of gone that journey now. So what are some of the kind of cyber principles? How's that changed? You've now had to deal with not just looking after the store infrastructure, but also the cyber, kind of the omnichannel mix to it as well.
So obviously with the surge in the innovation comes the surge in the complexity of threats and threat actors. So with regards to being omnichannel, it's sticking to the basics. It's not trying to recreate the wheel. It's just making sure that your foundations are secure. Your foundations are strong to support the surge in the innovation. So I think if you've got your basics right, you can build from your basics and then have layers and layers on top of that that can streamline and protect. You also have to have a guiding light in terms of having an efficient strategy to know where you need to get to. You don't need to have everything on day one, but just small steps in the right direction.
Okay. And what do you think are the biggest cyber risks that affect your organization?
I still say at the heart of it, humans do still pose the biggest risk. With the best of training, with the best, there's always that one human that would go and change something. But AI is developing so rapidly, and it's quite scary in terms of what can be done by it. And I think what scares me is the onslaught in terms of it's developing so rapidly that you actually need teams to be able to adapt to those changes. And it's almost impossible with the different product models and the different LLM models, and whether it's hybrid, whether it's cloud, it's almost impossible. So you've got to choose your sweet spots against all of those technologies.
Okay. So one of the presenters that's been on here before, or it was yesterday, and I think she presented obviously in the auditorium as well, was talking around the importance of organizations, and it's often ignored, about sort of enabling frontline workers. So you've got the office-based staff. Everyone thinks of them as being like your biggest cyber risk because they're at a computer all day. But you've also got guys who are maybe the guards, maybe they're kind of on the retail floor, and they've got devices with them. They're accessing access points in the stores. There's a whole bunch of things. So what's your strategy to kind of protecting and ensuring that they're hardened in a kind of cyber resilience way?
So it depends on where your digital footprint ends and begins, I suppose, in terms of what's allowed. So from a frontline worker perspective, we've kind of ring-fenced what they can and can't do. With regards to personal devices, not allowed, on a corporate network at a store level. So from a frontline worker perspective, we do some basic cybersecurity training. But also in terms of basic cybersecurity training, it's not just to protect the corporate organization, it's also to protect themselves as in their personal lives with regards to their children, etc. So we do a fair bit amount of training, but I suppose it's all about ring fencing, what's allowed and what's not allowed.
Okay. And then looking at the physical stores for a moment, how have you structured like your kind of instant response that you ensure you've got operational resilience if like a payment vendor went down or something happened? How do you keep the registers going?
So we've got a central incident response service desk that deals with store-related queries, and so it's split between having an actual incident response for store-related items, and then cybersecurity incident response is a separate function altogether. And how we do it is basically make sure that, the building blocks are from the stores. They know what the escalation methods are, how to log incidents, which come through to a central portal. And we basically monitor and track that way. Obviously, if there's like a widespread problem where a payments provider is down, then we manage that with mitigation steps. So in terms of every sort of downtime, we've got a mitigation strategy in place, and that pretty much assists us. Sometimes it does not always work in our favor if your mitigation is not working, but those are the rare and the few scenarios, but it does happen in Africa.
Okay. When I was doing some research, I did do some research, I promise, in advance of this, one of the areas that it was talked about in retail was agentic AI and the use for bad actors to find pricing glitches, scrape inventory, execute automated gift card fraud at machine speed. Is that something that you're dealing with? Is that something that you're looking at? Is that something that's maybe too kind of US centric?
So touch wood, it hasn't happened yet,
Okay.
and I do not want to test destiny.
Sure.
But yes, it's very much risk. Look, like I said earlier on, as much as the technology is evolving to get us into a better technology landscape, so are the threat actors. So they are using the exact same tech that we are trying to use, in our corporate environment. So the risk is very, very real, and definitely something that we internally have strategized about already.
One of the, I keep referencing, like I just have this frame of reference of the past 2 days, but one of the people who sat in your chair was from a university. And he was explaining to me that they have a network of university CISOs or CIOs who kind of communicate, because, again, from various people who sat in that chair, I've heard that some of the bad actors, some of the groups are targeting particular verticals. Is that something that you're kind of networked and connected with, like your peers in the retail industry? You notice common trends, or is that something that, I don't know?
Absolutely. We do peer partner. In fact, we've got a close-knit group of retailer cybersecurity leaders that chats frequently. We're on a WhatsApp group as well. There's been some meetings as well. So we do share knowledge and ask what ifs or how have you done X, Y, Z. But at the end of my session today, I actually speak about shared responsibility. It's not a them versus us model. It should be a shared responsibility, everybody sharing knowledge. And that's my ethos. If somebody asks me for information, I'm willing to share and empower other companies as well in terms of how we've done stuff or how we've broken stuff or how we've had lessons learned.
Sure.
So definitely there is a retail CISO community that currently does engage.
Okay. And then one of the other topics that kind of came up was that retail has a reputation for operating on tight margins. So as someone in cybersecurity, how do you go and talk to your board and say, we've got this new thing called Mythos, and it's going to find all the problems with everything in the world. We need more money to do X, Y, and Z.
Thankfully, we have quite a savvy board. They're quite articulate in terms of the cyber risks out there. In fact, we get regularly comms coming from board members telling us, are you aware of this incident, like the H&M incident that happened last year or the Land Rover incident. So they're quite savvy with that regard, and they've been quite approachable and understanding regarding cyber risk. So we basically have a top-down approach of walking the talk. In terms of cybersecurity training, in terms of the culture of securing our data. So to date, I have not had a real problem getting board support at all.
Okay. And then to go back to, this is my favorite topic of this whole 2 days. I think it's me that's talking about it more than the rest of the conference, but Mythos. I mean, it suddenly kind of seemed to appear and it suddenly scared a lot of people, White House included. What's your take on it? Do you think it is like a genuine threat? Do you think it's a lot of hype? Has it kind of changed your perception on what you need to do?
I think it definitely, obviously with the onslaught of AI, not just Mythos in singularity, is scary because of all what the tools can do.
Yeah.
But I actually think, look, it's awesome in terms of what it can do, and definitely hyped because I do believe there's tools out there that have been doing the same thing for years, but just not hyped, right? So I think if threat actors want it, they've got it already in different models. So my personal opinion is all the tools currently exist out there for all of the threat actors. This is just another one that's a lot more sophisticated than the others.
Yeah.
And I think as we go along this journey of AI, there's going to be other tools that are going to overtake Mythos or the clouds and everything else that comes with it. Just because everybody's learning from everybody else, a lot of the reverse engineering is happening in the cloud and it's available to everybody. So it might be Mythos this month, and next month it's going to be something else.
Okay. What have you learned from being at Security Summit? This is obviously our slight pitch, but like Security Summit brings together the cyber community. We talk about the various topics. Last year was Agentic. This year maybe it's Mythos. What do you hope to take away from here, or what do you
I think
have
one
you
of the
learned?
great things for me is having all of the vendors in a central location. So I kind of have a speed date over the 2 days with most of the vendors here, just to have a sense of where they are and what, how the technology is evolved that I may not necessarily have in my normal work week. So what I generally take from ITWeb is I kind of hone in on the things and vendors that I need to go back to. But most of the experts, the conversations with the experts cannot be underestimated. And I love, some of the speakers that come on and then sharing a conversation with them afterwards. Like, how did you do that? Or what can I do here better? Or do you have a use case for X, Y, Z? And I do have a lot of those conversations with a lot of the speakers after.
Okay, good. Thank you. We'll pay you later for that. When we meet again next year, what do you think we'll be talking around? What do you think is going to be the next year's mythos?
It's probably unnamed, just at the rate at the app evolution is going on. And I think it's probably going to be some teenager that creates something radical out there. It's definitely going to be AI generated, that's for sure. But I also think there's going to be a lot of worried companies in light of what's happening in the AI space in terms of the pressure to have already started that journey. So I think a lot of more companies would have enhanced and evolved their tech space as well. I think the phishing and the sophistication of threat acting is going to be still a widespread topic next year.
Okay, Alicia, that's been very insightful. Thank you so much. That's been Alicia Sarabjit, who is the Head of Information Security at Mr. Price Group. Please remember to stay tuned. We will be back shortly with another interview.
Hello and welcome once again to ITWeb TV with me, Sibahle Malinga. Well, we continue coming to you live from the ITWeb Security Summit 2026, brought to you in partnership with Snowed. And of course, this is where influential cybersecurity experts, company leaders, as well as security pundits have gathered to share as well as impart and also learn a lot about what's happening in South Africa's cybersecurity threat landscape. So joining me today is Bernard Chadanga, who is going to be giving a presentation in just an hour or so. And Bernard is going to be talking to us about South Africa's critical infrastructure landscape. Bernard, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, you're going to be giving a presentation, just giving an understanding on how cybersecurity for critical infrastructure is more challenging and more complex than enterprises. Tell us, what's the difference between protecting critical infrastructure as opposed to protecting enterprise IT security systems?
So that's a good question, right? So think about it. Think about it in a different perspective. So first things first, critical infrastructure is everything that has to do with our community, our country, our nation. So we're talking about the waterworks. We're talking about the ESCOM, for example, is an example of critical infrastructure. We're talking about the roads. We're talking about the street lights. Everything that society needs to be able to function, to get up, to go to work, go to school. So now the cybersecurity around critical infrastructure means that we have to think about critical structure not like a business would, but as in, how do we make sure that people have water all the time? How do we make sure that people have electricity? And now what the bad guys have started to do, the hackers, they've started to take down critical networks within our infrastructure. For example, one of the things I'm going to mention in my presentation later today is an age-old story around a water treatment plant in Florida in the States. And this water treatment plant, the bad guys managed to get in. They hacked just a specific valve, but the purpose of that valve is to put Lyle into the water. In other words, It cleans the water. Oh. So the hacker put it on maximum, effectively poisoning the entire batch of water. If that water had gone through the pipes into the community, an entire community would have been poisoned. Fortunately, there was someone manually walking through the factory. He saw this valve, he turned it off, and he shut down the water so they could fix it. That's an example of critical infrastructure which is under threat. And our biggest challenge in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and in South Africa is that we haven't started to come to terms with the fact that our critical infrastructure is under threat. So the
focus is more on enterprise IT.
We focus a lot on the dollars and cents, and focus a lot on the businesses. But you have to think about it this way. If there's no water, no electricity, there'll be no way for us to even have this interview.
Absolutely. So now, for people like me who may not understand, we know why a cyber criminal, for instance, would take IT systems because of ransomware. We understand how the money is made in that case. So in terms of the example you've just given, how does a criminal make money or financial gains by attacking critical infrastructure?
So you see, the thing about the bad guys, about the cyber hackers, the criminals, is that they don't all do it for money. Some do it for sport, just for entertainment, for the bragging rights. Some do it for a specific cause. For example, if somebody is part of a specific political party that the hacker does not like, they can decide to attack that country just because of that. The economics of a country. They can decide to take it into their own hands, and that's where our critical infrastructure comes under threat.
Wow. So the advent of artificial intelligence has seen companies developing innovative solutions as well as services, but of course the criminals are also taking advantage of that through AI offensive. So just tell us about the advantage that offensive AI gives criminals, and are companies able to keep up?
That's a great question. I was talking about this just now earlier, and I said, the interesting thing is that every single time we have a new bit of technology, we have to understand that the bad guys get it too, right? Anything that's released into the open markets, the bad guys get it too. And now the difference is we are using AI, we're using agentic AI, we're using generative AI to help with our workflows, our operations, and our businesses. But the bad guys are only using it for one thing, and that's to get your personal information, to get your data, to get into the businesses. They've created AI engines and agents that can effectively continue to hack or try to manipulate specific vulnerabilities within your business, because that's their core business. So it's a matter of, we have the same tools, but they just have more. They're more motivated, you know. So we are trying to. The reason why we have these conferences and these events, and why we collaborate in the industry, is because of the fact that we want to make sure that we're staying abreast, we're understanding what's happening, and we're talking to each other. We're sharing these insights.
So we're seeing now more and more companies are moving to renewable energy. Households are moving towards renewable energy, and the global transition is actually, of course, seeing a lot of interconnectivity happening. There's IoT, there's operational technology devices, and tons of data and connections to power grids. How are those implications actually making primary? What are the primary security implications that come with it?
Well, that's also a good question. It's great. Energy is actually a very, very big component of what I'm going to be talking about this afternoon. And the reason why energy is now crucial is because the data centers that are running AI are massive, and they're using up a lot of electricity, a lot of energy. And if we don't start thinking about it from a national perspective, about how we're going to supplement our energy needs, then the data centers that we're trying to build will actually hinder the progress of our communities and our families. So the energy concern is real. And because the energy concern is real, we also have to understand that there's a bright side to it. More data centers, more energy producing plants, more renewable energy options means more jobs, more work, more infrastructure to be built, more critical infrastructure. So as that becomes a loop, we have to understand within this cycle, where are we going to put cybersecurity? Where are we going to put security? How are we going to be viewing the resiliency of our energy plants, our energy solutions? I think the reason why renewable is also a great option from a country perspective is it lessens the burden on our grid. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to collaborate with the regulators and the lawmakers to say, how can we come up with solutions that allow us to utilize the technology, the AI, but also ensure that we don't cripple the country because of our new energy needs.
Well, as part of your work at the Simplicity Institute, you upskill quite a lot of upcoming CISOs. What are those key skills that you feel are often missing when it comes to them having the adequate skills to help organizations fight cybersecurity?
So I like the skills conversation because there's two things that we think about, right? We think about the technical skills, which are the hard-earned skills. I'm going to continue practicing my pen testing. I'm going to be researching. I'm going to make sure that I can do.
Skills.
And then the soft skills. Now, a lot of people underestimate the soft skills, but unfortunately, the soft skills is actually what you need as you start to rise up. I like to mention that eventually, when you move from being a techie into becoming a manager, you have to put down the screwdriver and pick up the pen. You need to understand conversations around financial mastery, budgets, teams, capacity planning. You need to be able to negotiate. You need to be able to position a conversation in front of a board, in front of leadership. And these are some of the key skills that we try our best to train, not only in my personal capacity, but with the teams that we use for our security engagements. We also make sure that there's a learning angle to it. And that's part and parcel of what we do. But the soft skills, that's where the bread and butter is. Without the soft skills, no matter how technically adept you are, you can't get the job done because you can't communicate what you're trying to do.
So how do you see the role of the CISO evolving, with the fast-paced evolution of technology?
That's actually a very good question. I think I wrote something about that some time back. And one of the main things I said was that originally the CISO role was a technical role. We were techie people, and techie people who just are running bigger environments with bigger teams. But eventually the CISO needed to break that and start to become a person who can hold the conversations at a senior level, a person who can show impact. You need to be able to show impact, which means you also need to understand how the business makes money. How does the business make money, and how do I support it as a security function to ensure that the business can continue to be profitable? We've stopped talking about the security role being just about guarding the gates. We've now started talking about the security function and, of course, the leadership behind security to be about enabling the business to go faster. You know, I always talk about AI guardrails and how to implement guardrails so that you can effectively run an implementation. But I like to say, with guardrails on a road, you can drive faster because you know you're secure. A business can operate at faster efficiency when they know that they're protected and they're secure, and within their road, they can take off.
Well, after everything you've said about cybersecurity, it's quite clear that there's absolutely nothing simple about cybersecurity. So, how did you coin the term the Simplicity Institute?
So, there's three main reasons why we were called the Simplicity Institute. Firstly, I felt that cybersecurity was being deemed too technical a field. Everybody thought that it's all these super geeks hiding inside a bat cave trying to get something done. And I realized as the role of the CISO started to change, we needed to be able to translate cybersecurity into business speak. We needed to be able to talk to business people. We are now in rooms where I'm the only cyber professional there, but everyone within the room understands the value of cybersecurity and what needs to get done. We're trying our best to simplify complex issues and come up with simpler solutions. You know, and because of the fact that the Simplicity Institute has virtual CISOs on call, they come in and they work for fractional times. So if your virtual CISO comes into your business, you're a small business, you don't want a full-time CISO. The virtual CISO comes in, they do some work for 3 months, but in those 3 months, the work needs to be explainable, it needs to be repeatable, and it needs to be simple. And that's where we came up with Simplicity.
Wow, Bernard, that was so insightful. Thank you so much for such an informative and educational session. And we do wish you all the best with your presentation. Perhaps just give people out there who are listening who might want to get in touch with you, contact details of how they can contact the Simplicity Institute.
Okay, so they can catch us on our website, thesimplicityinstitute.com. We're available all the time. Also on LinkedIn, you can follow us on our Simplicity page, or you can follow me and drop me a message directly. I'm always ready to answer some questions. I love questions.
All right, so that is, there you have it. It's very easy to access and get hold of. And that is, of course, Bernard Chadenga, who is the founder of the Simplicity Institute. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back again to ITWeb Security Summit. I'm joined by Anel Granyu, who is a strategist, a lecturer, and a businessman as well as a keynote speaker at the conference. Anel, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So, just a bit about you. Tell us a bit about you.
So, I'm not an IT and cybersecurity expert.
Yeah.
I'm a strategy expert.
Yeah.
And my job is to design strategy for my clients with a special focus on not only building a PowerPoint, which I think will be the wrong approach, but in helping, empowering the executives, the decision makers, the CTO, CIO, if it's an IT strategy, to execute the plan and achieve the expected business outcomes.
And from your experience, where do business leaders, CISOs, and them miss in terms of strategy?
It's a big question. There's a lot here. If you ask me, I think one of the main issue when it comes to strategy definition across industries, not only in the IT space, but specifically in the IT space, I believe we have a tendency to surf on the buzzwords.
Yeah.
So 3-4 years ago, around there, remember it was all about the metaverse. What happened to the metaverse? I don't know, but it doesn't matter because now it's all about AI, and next year it will be about quantum computing or nanotechnology or something else. And I believe strategy is not a collection of trendy terminologies.
Yeah.
I call that the buzzword bingo. So don't get me wrong. I don't want to get upset with my IT colleagues here. I'm a strong believer in all these IT tools and technologies, and I strongly believe that can be game changer.
Yeah.
But we don't implement AI or anything else for the sake of it. In strategy, when I put my strategic lens, you pick certain levers in order to achieve certain outcomes.
Yeah.
AI is not, it's just a means to an end, or AI or any other technology, pick a name. It's just a means to an end. So the question that I want IT, CTO, CIO, CISO to ask themselves is, what is the strategic outcome, the business outcomes that we are looking for? And therefore, if it's a trendy terminology that will answer that question, if it's a fancy buzzword, I mean, let's go for it, big time. But often, it's not, and that's perfectly fine too. So that's really will be an angle that in the strategy definition space, in my opinion, is often misunderstood. We end up implementing the AI strategy for the sake of AI, the nanotechnology for the sake of nanotechnology, forgetting that there is a business outcome, an organizational value, a societal value, whatever it is, and that's what we should be obsessed with, not the how. The how will have to adjust along the way.
And if you look at technology leadership, most of the time they're trapped in this firefighting business. What type of steps they can take to shift their departments towards a strategic transformation?
To be able to transform really the business. So first, this focus on the strategic outcome, business outcome, more than the how, the IT solutions. That's one. Then I believe that a simple and important approach is to focus the efforts from the definition to the execution. Just for a matter of fact here, you might know or not, but that if you take 100 strategies, only 10% of them are successfully executed. If you ask 100 organizations, they all have a strategy, but only 10% of them are able to take that company strategy into real success, business success. The exact same applies to IT strategies. Everybody has an IT strategy, 10% only, and I'm not saying that Harvard, The Economist, McKinsey, they all tell you the same thing. We fail at executing the strategy. So I will spend a lot of time building a a muscle, a discipline around execution of the strategy. And by that, I'm not asking you to build another fancy, because I worked for Professor Kaplan in Norton in the past, and I did implement tons of balance scorecard and OKR and management by objectives and SMART goals and everything in between. So I'm very much tool agnostic. Whatever works for the clients, don't change it. If it works, don't change it. But the principles of having a focus on specific, clear strategic outcomes, identifying a transformational portfolio of initiatives, of tracking the effort and the progress. All of that, in order to help the decision makers in the room to take better and faster decisions related to the strategy, that's where I will focus 90% of the efforts.
And do you think that there is that understanding of that, what you share to say, this is the roadmap that you should take? Are leaders accepting this kind of transformation that you are showing them, the steps that you show them in transformation?
Look, depend of the executives. Some executives still believe, and I think it's a mistake, that strategy is, in South Africa, you go to the bush, you think out of the box, you drink out of the box, you come out with great idea, you put that in a 500-page document, and that's it. You have an IT strategy. You have it, but you just have a beautiful 500-page document that is, by the way, probably a distraction more than anything. It's true that now people are more aware about the importance of strategy execution. Then they implement, or they go full steam on an execution approach, OKR, balance scorecard, whatever technology or tool they prefer. But often the mistake on the execution space is to fall in love with the tool again, not the decision process. For me, the importance is to have a decision process in place that will accelerate the decision. So we can say, okay, this initiative is not working, let's stop it. This initiative is not working, let's change it. The needle is not moving fast enough, let's start something else. All this set of decisions is what should be happening in the executive room, and I don't see it often happening.
That takes me to my next question, which is about accountability. What are the core components of a robust strategy that can guarantee team accountability?
So accountability is a big topic. And I was reading a case, not from our boutique house, but from Bain, a big consulting house. Bain came out with this concept that I found really good. It's called the watermelon initiative. It says that basically 50% of initiatives that fail were always reported green, but nevertheless they fail. So, and the analogy is that they look green from outside, like a watermelon, and you open it in two, and it's dark red. Why? To your question, because lack of accountability. My name is associated to that initiative. I'm the champion. And we already have been spending 10 million rand or $10 million on that initiative. If this initiative fails, somehow I fail, or that's what people think. So obviously, we're not going to report that red. We're going to put it amber or green if I can. And that's a common mistake, because I believe the role of an executive is precisely to raise the fact, say, guys, somehow we were hoping to get there. We put all the best effort and team we can, but we are not where we should be. How can we collectively solve that issue? I think this is not happening. And related to that, so that's for me an accountability issue. Related to that, there is this tendency, there's a concept called the sunk cost bias. Sunk cost bias is this tendency of spending more time and money and efforts on an initiative that we know is failing, but because we already have spent a substantial amount of time and money and effort that we cannot recover, we're not going to acknowledge the fact that recognize that this is a dead end. We need to stop the bleeding. No, now we're going to continue until someone else take blame guilty and say, look, we failed. That is also not happening. And all of that is related to, a strategy, let's say a performance management model, where every executive, instead of hiding the problem, make the problem bigger so we all solve it together.
Okay. As we conclude now, how do you design a decision-focused strategic scorecard that tracks achievements and decision-making?
So I've been, as I explained, through the different tools and methods, I've seen them all. I believe that most of them are missing clarity. I've been building, 20 years ago, I was building like scorecards, to your point, strategic tracking scorecards with literally 40, 80, 100 pages. The bigger, the better. Hoping that we could give as much information as possible to the decision makers in order for them to say, oh, now I see the problem, let's solve the problem. The problem is that by doing so, we're hiding the important facts under tons of other elements. My view, and what I push for, what we will do tomorrow in this workshop with Craig, is to build like a 4-page strategy progress report, what we call a strategy execution framework. With a focus on the objectives we want to achieve, a focus on the transformational roadmap, so the aim of our strategy, the act part, and then we're going to track 2 things. We're going to track, to your questions, the actions. Are we doing what we were supposed to do, but in a 1 page? Or a set of initiatives. Are we good at doing that on time, on budget, on quality? You know the story, the typical PMO, but condensed, 1 page. And on the other page, the achievement tracker. Whatever we're doing, is that helping to move the needle, yes or no? Because strategy is a set of assumptions. I assume that by doing A, B, and C, how will I be able to move the needle? And if not, therefore, we are in a position to say, okay, as a decision maker, as a CEO, as a CTO, as a CIO, I'm able to say, okay, all the efforts, all the impact. Are my efforts really driving a lot of impact? Yes, happy days. If not, okay, what do we change? What do we stop? What do we add? But we have to do something in order to be sure that next quarter, when we go back to the reporting room, we see the needle moving faster. So in a nutshell, I believe that the strategy execution framework, whatever name you give it, I don't mind, but it has to be short, it has to be crisp, and it has to be actionable. It has to help executives to take better and faster decisions.
Thank you so much for your time, Anel. And I hope hopefully people will come and join your show tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope we'll have all these beautiful people there. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you for watching. Please join Anel tomorrow for the ICE workshop, Developing IT Strategy, which business leaders will embrace. Until again, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thanks.
Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at Security Summit in partnership with Snowed. I'm now joined by James Dyer, who is the head of threat intelligence at KnowBe4. James, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
Now, your topic interested me quite a lot. I'm sure they all interest me, particularly yours.
Yeah.
It's about deepfakes and about the evolution of phishing.
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, which I got my team to research a lot of advanced persistent threats and how they differ from group and region as well, and how we could interact with them as well, which is really interesting.
Okay. So tell me, like, I know that there's the one example which gets used the world over, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I would hate to be that guy who paid that $25 million.
Yeah.
Are there other examples out there in the wild? What are the other ones that we should have heard of?
Yes, so there's lots of those that are happening at the moment. That is the one that sticks in everyone's brain because it's such a large amount of money, and it was quite sophisticated for having the whole C-suite be deepfakes. It's happening on a more micro scale where it's a lot of IT people that are being impersonated and their voices are being cloned to be an IT administrator, an analyst to make changes. Those are the ones that I referenced in my presentation today of they go after them, not always the C-suite, but we also see a lot of VIP impersonations and deepfakes as well. Yeah.
So the one question, I'm kind of jumping ahead a few steps, but I'm sure we'll work our way back through it, is I'm conscious that if you're like seeing a deepfake of Donald Trump, there's plenty of training material out there.
Yeah.
If you're the CEO of a company, it's going to be a lot less, an IT admin, there's going to be a lot less material out there.
Yeah.
How are these guys getting that training data?
So for the VIPs, a lot of them are publicly facing, right? A lot of them are doing LinkedIn videos, doing YouTube, maybe doing interactions and conversations like this. So there's a lot of material online that can be cloned to use for deepfakes. The ones that we're seeing of IT administrators, there's a real range of complexity and sophistication. Some are really low level where you can kind of hear it, and some of them are just generic voices because they don't have enough data for, I mentioned in my presentation, a gentleman called Jordan. Jordan isn't much of a public figure, so there's no actual voices or pictures of him that they can use. So they just go for a generic American accent, and fingers crossed they've got it.
They'll make it work.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there's a very big range of, if there's data out there, with AI being able to collect all this open source information now, it's a lot easier. So
it is all based on open source. I don't know whether I read it when I was kind of looking through your presentation notes, but I saw somewhere about maybe people sitting inside the enterprise getting material, like internal material, and then using that for training data.
The scary thing that I've seen across 3 enterprise organizations now is they go for your Zoom storage or your Teams storage, where you finish a call and it all goes into the cloud. It's capturing that because then you can get more information from people there, where they're chatting normally about, I don't know, Q3 deliverables and how we need to circle back and things like that. And they go and get all of those MP3 or MP4 files and they use those for the attacks, because then there's longer periods of conversation, maybe an hour's worth of interviews or Teams calls or whatever, that they then use for that. But for the most part, it's a lot of open source intelligence, from interviews like we're doing today, videos, inviting people to come and see them live, whatever it's like that. It's a lot of it LinkedIn scraping sort of stuff.
And what's the minimum amount of like training data to make it sound authentic? Not the like generic American, but to make it sound like Bob in IT.
It's about 5 minutes of different technology. So different communication, sorry. So it's really good to get the ums and the ahs from people as well. And it's also it's good to have them talk about different topics. It's not good if it's the same audio clip. That doesn't work as much as we want, as attackers want it to do. But from 5 minutes of different audio clips where people stutter, they talk about different topics of data, you can get a sophisticated enough to trick like an average individual. 30 minutes is usually the data kind of range that they go for.
Okay. So looking back at your presentation, you went through a large-scale phishing APT.
Yes.
They used generative AI.
Yeah.
What was the single most alarming thing about that campaign? What kind of frightened you most? What would be your shock?
It was the perseverance that they had. So in the presentation, I talk about when they're trying to capture people's authentication codes, they weren't just going to do one way of capturing. They weren't just going to steal a session cookie and go, that's it. They had session cookies, they had keyloggers. They even tried to call a bunch of people that worked at this organization to get them to authenticate over voice. So that was a real concerning part. The second bit was how much research and knowledge they knew about the organization. They knew the authentication methods. They knew they used the YubiKey. They knew they were a Microsoft house. And it was their policy to attack people by making a distraction first. So they sent 7,000 emails in a 20-minute window.
Okay.
And that was to just bombard all of the operation workers. But they did, as we've told them over the years to do, is report anything suspicious. That moved the bottleneck from operations onto the SecOps team, which were then inundated with a large-scale attack. And it was polymorphic in nature, which meant all the from addresses, all of the links, all of the themes of these attacks were completely different. There was no silver bullet to remediate and block this kind of leaky bucket that they had. So it was a very thought out process. And then the final bit is when I call a deep fake at the end. And there was a bit that they got wrong, which made me know they were already a deep fake, but I called them already with some skepticism.
So this was an attack on you personally?
No, it was one with a prospect of ours at the time. Okay. And I basically got online, was like, cool, they're doing this. We've blocked and remediate all these attacks. Would you mind if I give them a call? And they were like, do you go and do it. So I basically set up like a little thing that basically gave me just a voice over internet protocol kind of email address and phone number. And I just started calling the phone numbers that were in the phishing attacks. And I got nothing to begin with. Nothing came through until I think it was the 7th number where it was a deep fake on the other end. And I basically engaged with them for a little bit. I was like, oh, sorry, you're Jordan. Where do you work, Jordan? Like, oh, you're in our internal IT team. Oh, I didn't know that. Perfect. Okay. Jordan was, in fact, someone in that business. He was an IT admin. And I was like, okay, perfect, Jordan. Before we proceed, can you confirm who my kind of manager is, who I work for, and all of that, so you can show to me that you actually
can be trusted.
Yeah. And that's where they got it wrong. They were like trying to look up in some table or some database of who I was and who I reported into. But what happens if Jordan got that question right? What happens if he did know that information? Yeah. And now that was a couple months ago. Would be surprised if they got that question wrong now with the way the agentic kind of workforces and the kind of agents that we're seeing. I'm sure they could get that kind of data right if they have it. So
the way you were describing it, and I kind of base a lot of my knowledge of cybersecurity on movies.
Yeah.
But like moving it from the ops team to the SecOps team and then seeing that bulk.
Yeah.
Would anything have triggered like that? Hang on, we're all being inundated. Even though they're all coming from different accounts, suddenly we're getting inundated. Should we not be more nervous about like lock everything down, put up the force fields, etc.?
It was definitely much like that. And then after that massive swarm of attack, there was 9 emails that were sent out. It was a full range of people who received that emails. The CEO received it, and a lady who joined the organization a week prior, where she posted on LinkedIn that she was so excited for her new career. And that was a Microsoft unusual sign-in email. Okay. So very on the same theme of, oh, we're being attacked right now. Maybe I did click so. Maybe I did get compromised. Oh, no, let me reset my password. Let me secure the organization. And this lady who is so new, she was still learning the policies, the procedures, how to work in this business. And she was so close to acting on that email and just trying to do what she thought was right.
Yeah.
She thought she was protecting the organization. She was doing what she thought she was doing that was correct. But it was very on the same kind of wavelength as the attacker. So yeah, it's very interesting.
I mean, you said obviously they had some inside access to be able to kind of look stuff up. They've got OSINT stuff that they can find. Are these guys using AI to kind of generate knowledge? Are they kind of deep mining whatever's out there on X company, trying to find whatever they can?
Yeah, there's a lot of that, from open source intelligence to just researching who they're going after, previous organizations they've done business with, maybe any mergers and acquisitions they've done in the past, and getting information on that. Because if they can remove what we say is amber flags or signs of suspicion and have credibility statements. Oh, I saw you went to that barbecue with Stephen the other day. Oh, wait, I did go to that barbecue with Stephen. Or, oh, how's the acquisition with X company? Did that go okay? You're then building a reputation with the attacker and the recipient. So it makes you feel more at ease, more able to act and kind of authenticate things. So there's a lot of that kind of open source intelligence and gathering of that data before they launch the attacks as well now.
So there's a lot. We've not really talked about the deepfake specifically, but I mean the idea that you used to get emails from Nigerian princes and whatever, and it was very easy to spot.
Yeah.
Like there was an obvious spelling mistake, obvious grammar errors. Deepfakes is going to be a bit more difficult, especially if they're convincing.
Yeah.
And I know there's like the let's turn to page 34, third word. We've all got this book.
Yeah.
That way of tricking, but that seems like an intermediate step until we find a better way.
Yeah.
Are we finding a better way? Is there anything that can help us, the humans, kind of not be tricked by this stuff?
I think at the moment we're in that pivotal point where there are some deepfakes that aren't amazing. So you put your hand over your face, whatever it is, and you can see different people. But there's also some now. We do some work with Perry Carpenter, works for Noble. He's our kind of chief deepfake officer, and you can see he's not got long hair at all, but he can be Taylor Swift, and there's hair graphics and everything that's now built into these deepfake kind of agents. But it's the time to fight fire with fire, right? AI with AI. There's going to be lots of development in the next couple of months and years of how to identify if it's an AI agent that you're interacting with. But also I think it's a policy thing that we need to be doing as well. Calling back on different phone numbers, having keywords or passphrases, things like that, where they shouldn't know it. These things are changed regularly. They're internal communications before authenticating some things like that. I think that also will be helpful.
So it's almost like we need a MFA kind of code for meetings now.
Yeah, it's that thing of like, if you're going to authorize some payment, and that's the thing, is it, if it's £1 million or more, do you want to have that authentication, or do you want it at 25K? Do you want it at 10K? Because if organizations come to know that, if it's $1 million, that's when they'll ask for the code. I'll just attack them for 999 or whatever, or drop the barrier down a little bit. I think it's a blanket statement we have to do to ensure that organizations are secure. But we do also understand where you add friction, it's got to be valid friction. Because if it's unnecessary, people will always find a way to get around to do their job quicker than ever before. That's just a human nature that we have. We have a to-do list that's so long, we're always going to try and find avenues where we can get faster returns. So.
Okay. And then who's perpetrating these types of attacks? Is it commercial? Is it state-sponsored? We spoke to one of my fellow countrymen, Joe Tidy, yesterday, who's talking about teen hackers. Is it likely to be state-sponsored, commercial? Is it something that you can find on the dark web as a service? What's the structure of the organizations behind it?
It's a full range. Some of it, we have the state-sponsored ones that go after certain organizations, but that they're very targeted and very precise with their kind of attacks. A lot of it is now the dark web is an ecosystem for business. Some of the research we've recently done of toolkits, there's crime as a service, there's ransomware as a service, there's phishing as a service. There's even breaking ChatGPT and other LLMs as a service now. How can I get to the quickest way of escalating that I am overlord of this LLM and this LLM must do everything that I ask it for? There's services for that. And it's scary that some of them can be from $20 all the way up to multiple thousands of dollars. So there's a lot of individuals that are opportunists, let's say. They have a bank account. Maybe it's not even their bank account. Maybe they've got it from somewhere else, a Telegram chat somewhere else, that they can now go and pay a Netflix subscription, $20 to get this toolkit. They don't need to know anything about the toolkit. They don't need to know a technical element. They don't know how the malware is created, how it's being sent. They don't need to know any of that. They just need to provide a list of people and press go. And that's the scary thing now. It's a full range. It's not these people that are full-blown attackers that know everything. They still exist, but there's a barrier of entry that's been dropped down recently, that there are more people that don't really know much about coding that can still attack people.
Okay. So the main types of attackers, would they still do a lot of that research themselves, do you think? Or they just like, okay, cool, I picked this company, let me go and fire up whatever I can buy online?
It's a blend. Some of it is that manual research. Some of it is artificial intelligence. So they go and get a research, maybe prompt Gemini, say, give me every research about KnowBe4, their hierarchy, who's their business, all of that. it's a full range. Some of them that we say are kind of spray attacks. They don't really care who they hit, what they get, but they want some credentials out somewhere. And if they get a bite, they'll take it. Some people are very motivated for a financial business, a construction business, and they will research everything about that organization before they launch their attack, just to move that percentage of success a couple percent up. If they can get from 80% success rate to 90, they'll take that because they're in the game of money, right? If they don't get any returns or investment from this, they'll go somewhere else because they're doing it most of the time for financial gain.
I mean, you mentioned the percentage there. I mean, that just triggered something. Based on those kind of old Nigerian prince emails, which really was spray and pray, versus deepfakes, how much more are you aware of how much more successful they are now, deepfakes, versus the kind of success rates that emails used to get?
It's something that we're analyzing because that hearing a voice say something to you instead of reading it out on an email does something to the brain differently than just reading it. And I think identifying the success rate is something that's going to be very interesting in the next couple of months because, like you said, those Nigerian princes are very low level. The days of grammar mistakes and spelling is far gone now. But it's something very interesting to kind of target and watch how successful they are. But it's not something that I've researched yet because it's something I want to get more data from our customers and understand their success rates or their failure rates and who they've interacted with versus not.
And then tell me, what's your advice to perhaps the CISO for their organization, and then perhaps for my mum, who is maybe used to getting some of those dodgy scam calls, but like this is a whole different level now.
It's a hard thing, right? You've heard of the grandma scammers. There are people that are targeting people on WhatsApp that sounds like them. Oh, mum, nan, I've lost my bank card, all of this. And they are successful because you're targeting people that don't know about cybersecurity. A lot of us are in cybersecurity. We have a general interest and passion for it. So we know a lot about it, but this industry is huge, right? So someone that isn't tech illiterate, they're not on Google or anything like that, and they get a phone call, how do you educate them? It's a very hard thing. And it's something that we've got to do a lot better with the solutions or the software that they're using, whether it's WhatsApp or a banking app or whatever, having things built in that stop them and make it, like I said earlier, having that friction in place to make them stop, because they are very convincing for older generations to now hear those deep fakes, because before that wasn't ever a concept, anything they could fathom in existence. For the CISOs, they have a lot of other nightmares that keep them awake at night. It's budgets, workforce, all of the solutions, the tech stack that they have. Is it the right thing? Is the disaster recovery plan that we had in place 5 years ago, is that still good for now? If we get hit with a deep fake ransomware attack, do we have the disaster recovery plan? Do we have the solution in place to really stack up against that? Or is actually our tools and procedures a little bit dated? It's very hard to stay ahead of it when you're trying to do the day-to-day. Everyone is so time poor. It's all about that kind of risk game of, oh yeah, we'll get to that disaster recovery plan, and then you get hit tomorrow and you're like, it's very hard.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah.
And then like in terms of advice to corporates to kind of roll this out and how to be aware of these kind of things, signs, whatever, what advice would you give to them?
So I think something that's really important is so many agentic softwares are being rolled out within other platforms or just directly as LLMs for users like us to be able to use. Hey, reply to this email, politely tell them to go away. But these agentic workforce kind of patterns that we have now have access to so many things. So a thing that I would say to a lot of organizations is how much access do they have to your environment? Can they write a Python code? Can they access these libraries? Can they pull data from your Google Drive or your SharePoint? And if so, what do you have in place in it? Do you have any guidelines or safety nets or barriers that stop people from escalating their privileges, accessing data they shouldn't? That's where we're seeing a lot of things pivot now of, before I attack the human, let me attack the agent the human works and reads from, right? We start to trust these agents. These agents have been built to please us. They're always happy. They're always ready to come at our beckoning call. But if I can now manipulate the agent to say, use these bank account details now instead of these ones. As a human, I'm just going to read the agent because the agent can't be wrong. And that's the thing that I'd say to a lot of businesses now. How much scope do these solutions have? And in terms from a phishing perspective, is the solutions that you've got in place really cutting the mustard? Because one attack can be fatal, let alone hundreds of attacks.
Okay. So I imagine if you find that this is a successful form, and I'm assuming it will be a lot more successful than the email phishing. Do you see it evolving over the next few years? Where is it evolving, or is it just going to be a continuation of this? The technology will presumably evolve, but like, where is it going, and will it be a continuation of this same tactic?
I think we're in a point now where their current attacks are not mature enough, so they're going to do rinse and repeat. They're going to do a lot of the same stuff for, I'd say, for the next year. And there'll be margins of increase in professionalism and sophistication, but it'll be very similar. Like I mentioned in my presentation today, artificial intelligence is sure it has shown us new attacks that we've never seen before, but a lot of it is speeding up old attacks and moving the sophistication up. Like we said, removing the grammar and spelling mistakes, but also now speeding up the personalization, speeding up the delivery, speeding up the creation of a credential harvesting page. I think for the next year, it's going to be a lot of the same, where they dial that in, and there'll be a point where vendors and security practitioners probably block or get better in protecting those. And then once they find that there's no more money in what they're currently doing, they'll pivot slightly and see, as these LLMs and kind of agents improve, what other kind of attack vectors as they start to unlock now, I think will be the next case.
Okay. James, that's been great. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
It's always scary doing these things because I learned so much about how dangerous this online world is. Makes me want to go and live in a cave.
Yeah, me too.
Cool. Thank you, James.
Thank you very much.
That's been James Dyer, who is the head of threat intelligence at KnowBe4. Please stay tuned. We will be back shortly with more from Security Summit.
We are still live broadcasting at the ITWeb Security Summit here at the Central Convention Center. I hope you are enjoying the live broadcast. Now I'm joined by Chris Gatsi, who is my homeboy, who is the Chief Internal Auditor at Sibanye Stillwater. Welcome to ITWeb TV, Chris.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Great. How are you finding this year's Security Summit, Chris?
Wow, you know, the ITWeb Security Summit has just taken a step up the ladder. It is quite engaging. There is great networking happening here. Powerful presentations that are mind-provoking. Thought leadership presentations that we're seeing today. It's something outside the blue, and I would say to every CISO, to every CIO, to every cybersecurity personnel, business people, this is the place to be next year to also learn and share your best practices with the rest of the technocrats and like-minded personnel.
Awesome. We are flattered, Chris. Thank you so much for the kind words. I understand you presented yesterday. Well, if for those who did not manage to hear you speaking, in short, what would you say were the major talking points from your side?
Well, thank you so much, Admire. So yesterday I was trying to move away from where we preach more of the standards, whether it's the COBITs, the NIST, the ISOs, drifting like a paradigm shift, wherein we speak more to say, how can we better govern our cybersecurity environments? Many times people are more compliance driven.
Yes.
They wait for the regulator to come, then they start acting. After the regulator is gone, then they forget about cybersecurity. Sometimes they wait for auditors to come bring audit findings.
Yes.
Then we say that approach is more reactive. We are saying we want to start where it is coming from the inside. It's not an external push. We gave a very nice analogy there to say, you see, with a that doesn't move well, it needs someone to push it in order for it to move. But when it's in a car that is well running and well serviced, it runs alone. This is like the epicenter or the epitome of cybersecurity at this juncture. And we're trying also to say, let's move away from just focusing on preventative and detective kind of controls only, but towards cyber resilience, because it's a matter of when we will be attacked or we will become a victim. But if we're not cyber ready, Admire, we would be found wanting. We're running around. We don't know who has to talk to the media, who has to do what, whether we're going to pay a ransom or not. So those are some of the areas that I was touching on yesterday, more governance focused.
Is it? Oh, interesting. And at Sibanye Stillwater, I know like you are in the mining environment. How are you maybe seeing like cybersecurity landscape within the mining sector?
Great. So within the mining sector, I think we've got some areas also of great risk in general. We talk IT, but sometimes people forget about OT, which is the operational technology. You would agree with me, in mining, we do a lot of measurements underground. We've got OT devices, IoT devices. We've got automated vehicles that are all over the mine, and safety is quite important. It's the most important objective to ensure that whilst you're mining, your people are actually safe. Such as at Sibanye, we really value safety is one of the key things. So operational technology becomes something that is important, and we can't then overlook the cybersecurity around operational technology, because whilst IT is prone to confidentiality, integrity, and availability attacks, the other way around, OT is prone to availability, integrity, and confidentiality attacks. Therefore, to ensure that you've got an end-to-end protection of your environment, your IT ecosystem, both IT and OT need to be looked after. I think that's the subject of this particular season that we're living in. Operational technology and industrial control systems definitely need to be secured.
So are you also seeing maybe mines also getting targeted, like your financial services or your health sector, education? Is the mining industry also under attack as the other industries?
Yeah, I would say that the mining sector is not immune to these cyber attacks. From my topic, we're focusing obviously on financial sector. where we have insurance, we've got banking, we've got the fintech guys there. They've become a prime target specifically because of the type of data that they collect, they process, and they share. It contains a lot of personal identifiable information. I think we saw some examples of data breaches like in 2021, the QSure one with third parties, because with the fintech and financial services, they are not just confined to a network perimeter. They're interconnected. They've got more channels like mobile channels to reach out to the customers and the clients. They depend on third parties. And if their third parties are compromised, or maybe their fourth parties or their fifth parties, then it's got a cascading effect on the financial services sector. Similarly, in the mining sector, obviously you want to protect, like I said, your operational technology, because perhaps if something happens there, we're talking life, and life is not like just data, it's really life. A loss of life is something that is quite impactful and not good for the reputation of the mining sector, for the lives of the kids that will be left and families that are left. Hence, many a times mines now start to focus more on operational technology first, and also then look also at their information systems to ensure that they are available for their use in order not to lose revenue and the like, admire.
Great stuff. Just to understand from you, Chris, Chief Internal Auditor, what is your main role there as Chief Internal Auditor?
Perhaps it's just a title. So, as a Chief Internal Auditor responsible for IT, I look after Sibanye Stillwater's Australian concern. I look after their Finland concern. I look after their United States concern in South Africa. So we're looking at IT general controls. You're talking identity and access management, IT operations. Yes, we know IT is no longer just there to keep the lights on. It has become a business enabler. So we also look at IT governance. How are we governing IT? Are we strategically positioning IT within the executive so that perhaps as we do our strategies from a mining perspective, IT is contributing meaningfully to bring in those things that enable business to be done in an efficient and effective way and add value for our various stakeholders within the mining sector. So that's from an IT general controls perspective. I also look at application controls review. I work with the team, so much of the credit goes to the team. We've got auditors in chief, we've got superintendents, we've got senior auditors. So application controls, you're looking at your different applications to see how resilient are these applications? Are they configured well to safeguard them from possible cyber adversaries? The language that is being spoken these very days, secure development ops. Many times people just get an application off the shelf, or they do develop their own, but they forget to make this application resilient from a cyber perspective. They just look at functionality, then they forget the loopholes. Are we actually from an end-to-end shifting left to ensure that whatever code is coming has been tested from a security perspective? Your dynamic application security testing, your static application security testing, your vulnerability assessment and penetration tests. They are quite key in this era to ensure that as you deploy it into production, you are trying to minimize as much as possible loopholes that could be exploited by adversaries. So those are some of the two key legs that we look at. But as auditors, wherever there is risk, we sniff, we look at that risk, we evaluate it, we give advisory from a project management perspective, etc. Admire.
You are doing a great job, Chris. So do you get to travel all the way, Australia, US, or?
So some of our team members do travel. I joined Sibanye recently from Bidvest Services South Africa. With Bidvest, I did a lot of travel. I was also at group level as an internal audit manager for IT. So I learned a lot from Bidvest. We learn a lot also when you come to platforms like this and take it back home, which is at Sibanye right now, and try and apply it and try and invoke some kind of small community of practice where we sit and say, guys, this is what is being said out there. Are we cyber ready in terms of this? What are we missing? How can we enhance our audit practice to add value to the ICT department and the rest of the organization?
Great stuff. Maybe lastly, Chris, we can't live, of course, without talking about AI. I think that's the biggest buzzword that I'm hearing all over. Like, how are you seeing AI maybe impacting the world of cybersecurity?
Okay, that's a great question, Admire. I've been speaking at the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE conferences, including their regional ones. I would say this is a good thing. AI, from a cyber perspective, if we tap into it, it could help us also to quickly pick up the adversaries.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we need to take cognizance of the threats that come with AI. I was giving an example of one firm wherein a finance person or a personnel from the finance department succumbed to a deepfake scam.
Oh, wow.
This deepfake scam, it had Microsoft Windows,
Yes.
Teams. A Teams call came through as if it's a real Windows Teams call.
Yeah.
With all the stakeholders that are supposed to be there, the CFO.
Oh, wow.
This lady was then instructed to transfer money to a Swiss account, and she managed to do that because it looked real. So it's challenging us from a cyber perspective and from an organizational perspective to rethink the traditional controls that we used to have, to say, are they still valid? We were looking at a case with one of the big utilities, I'm not going to mention its name, where these generative AIs were used to make sure that whatever the controls were required, like a letter signed and stamped by an authority, it was made exactly the way it looks, Admire. So the warehouse was releasing some substations out there that had not been actually authorized, but because AI had produced something that is 100, if I might not say 101%,
exactly
mimicking the exact documents with the signatures, with the stamps and everything. So I think that we need to have now a strong focus on saying, do the traditional controls still work? Are they still viable with the advent of generative AI? How can we perhaps look at evidence, even in the audit space, where you're presented with evidence that could be AI generated?
Exactly.
Our auditors ready for that to actually be able to see that something has been generated by AI. Our course of law, I'm writing a white paper now, and I've invited one of the professors who's part of the CFE board, wherein we're trying to say, is the justice system ready to be able to pick up perhaps the defense team bringing AI generated work to defend themselves, or perhaps the accused bringing AI generated evidence wherein you would appear in a video that you were at point A, yet in reality you're at point B. So we're trying to look at that perhaps and come up with a disinformation association or community of practice with the SIU. I've spoken to people from the SIU. I've spoken to Grant, I think he's one of your interviewees from the ISC too. We're trying to come up with an anti-disinformation association that will work hand in glove with the government, some kind of public-private partnership where we join hands to say, how can we spread the word there about the threats that come with deep fakes and AI to the greater public and for the betterment of South Africa.
Oh, interesting, Chris. Yeah, about the disinformation, is it association or?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, I think we also need to report about it on ITWeb as soon as you guys are ready, and you need to give me a scoop on that one, so I'm the first one to report on that.
That would be great, and we'll be happy to have that airtime on ITWeb.
Yes.
It's a platform that reaches all corners of not just South Africa. So we think it will be a privilege and an honor for us as we usher that in to have an opportunity to air it out. We'll be very grateful, Admire.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. Enjoy the rest of the event. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Hope to catch up with you soon, Chris. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. And thank you to our adept teams here at the ITWeb conference.
Yes. Awesome. Right. That was Chris Gatsi, who is the Chief Internal Auditor at Sibanye Stillwater. I hope you enjoyed the conversation that I had with him about the various things that they are doing at Sibanye Stillwater. We are still here broadcasting live from the ITWeb Security Summit. So keep tuned in and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back. We are now joined by Nicole Kader, the head of Cybersecurity Academy at ABSA. We are talking skills development. Nicole, welcome.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Tell us a bit about the academy before we get into the gist of the matter.
Okay.
What is the Cybersecurity Academy at ABSA? What does it mean to you guys?
So the Cybersecurity Academy is ultimately a 3-year learning program. It's a learnership. It's registered with the CETA. That is really looking at upskilling people from under-resourced communities. It's a youth development program, so we're looking at youth because we know there's a big unemployment rate from our youth, and it's also to close that skills gap from a cybersecurity perspective because we know that it's a big industry gap at the moment. So it's twofold: one, to help reduce unemployment for our youth, and two, to reduce to increase the skills pool.
Yeah.
We decided we're not going to buy, we're going to build.
Okay, interesting. Just looking at the rate of digital transformation on the continent and in South Africa, talent has become an issue. Can you share some of the initiatives that you guys are taking at the academy?
So we have 2 academies, and it's currently based in South Africa at the moment. We have an academy with the Maharishi Invincibility Institute. They are a free university, also looking at underserved communities. And we have an academy with the Hein Wagner Academy for the Blind in Worcester in the Western Cape. And that is really to teach cybersecurity to our young people, some who are blind and others who have never actually probably even heard about cybersecurity and know about it, but it gives them an opportunity to learn a very critical skill in this market. So those are our 2 big initiatives, and we are continuously bringing students in, and then we place them into ABSA actually from an internship perspective, because what our CISO has always said is if we can't give jobs, we stop doing this.
Yeah.
And so the whole point is to put jobs in the hands of our youth, and that's what we do.
Okay. Can you share a bit more about the one in Eastern Cape, the one that's about
in the Western Cape, in Worcester?
Yes.
So the Hein Wagner Academy is actually super special.
Yeah.
It started in 2021. Hein Wagner himself founded it. He was born blind. If you ever have a chance to hear his story, it is phenomenal. But basically, we decided that we would also work in this diversity in the disability environment, basically, to say, how do we give people an opportunity? Because usually if you think about a visually impaired person, you think, they'll need to be in a call center, they can pick up calls and that's what they can do. Not our graduates, they do cybersecurity work. We had 10 people in our first cohort, and now we've got 10 people again in our second cohort. In the first cohort, they graduated in October 2024. They had a year of internship. 5 of them came to us. We in our cybersecurity team also learned. We feel like we've gained because we didn't know how to engage with visually impaired people before. So we actually have learned a lot more from them than I think they've learned from us. We have some of our students who are in our application security team. They're in our detect and automation team. They're in our cloud security team. So they're proving through screen reading technology, which is assistive technology that we've purchased for them, they are able to do work that you and I, if we were technical enough to do, they're able to do the work.
Okay. Can you share with us what has been the demographics of the students in the academy?
Okay.
The focus area for technical skills, as well as with the employment outcomes that have come out of the academy.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if I look at from a total perspective, we're looking at our previously disadvantaged, so African, Indian, colored communities, especially when it comes to the Maharishi able-bodied academy. That's what we focus on, as well as a gender mix. So our first cohort was 80% female. We generally are 60-40%. 60-40% more, 60% female. And we want to encourage females to get into the ICT sector. So it really is important for us. The other thing is, that African proverb that says, you educate a male, you educate an individual, you educate a female, you educate a community. And that's what we're seeing. And actually from some of our graduates, we're seeing that they are educating their own families because they've also seen the benefit of education. So that's why the demographic is really important. It is youth. looking focused on youth because we see that there's a big gap, and we know companies really want people with experience. So what we're saying is, okay, we'll skill you up, we'll give you an internship for the most part, because we're able to take at least 70% of our graduates into the internship, and then you've got some meaningful work experience so that you can go out and get other employment, or we actually keep them and retain them.
Okay.
And our stat is, at the moment, since 2019 when we started the academy, is that we've got 70% of people placed. And we track our alumni, and actually we ran a online academy in the Western Cape for the able-bodied as well. And there was a lady, Wafika, and she actually offered her an internship, but we said, you have to come to Johannesburg, and she was in Cape Town, and she said, you know what, my son is going to be doing matric next year. I can't afford to uproot my family. So she on her own went to find a job, and she is working, and she's doing cybersecurity work, which showed us that our academy is employable. That was such a good lens for us to see that they don't have to come to ABSA. They can find jobs also on their own. And that's really important for us.
That's interesting. You know, just looking at the young people across the continent and what you guys are doing, the need for skills, you know, but there is a bit of a tricky side of it, that is specialized skills development like yours that you're doing it's kind of difficult to scale. What are long-term goals for the academy to try and reach some markets that ABSA operates on the continent?
So the thing is, I'm a big proponent or propagator for human touch. So scaling becomes difficult when you want human touch, right? So our vision really is for Africa to be the cyber skills hub for the world. But to do that, I can't just do a little academy with 20 people. So what I am doing is I'm talking to various corporations to say, come on board, do this with us as well. Not necessarily take only our students, also scale up your own academies or sponsor students. I can run the academy, you sponsor, and then you also add another person to the environment. From an African continent perspective, we're talking to each one of our markets, because ABSA has a presence in 12 markets on the African continent. And we are talking to them about upskilling from a cyber perspective, standing up their own academies, maybe hosting an internal academy even, because there's lots of employees who actually also want to grab onto these skills. They don't know enough about it. They want to get into cyber. It's like a bit of a sexy career at the moment, if only they knew how hard it was. So that is our plan, is really to evangelize us by talking to other corporations, getting people to be on board. We are literally selling our blueprint, saying, take it, it's for free. If you want to know how we stood it up, we will tell you. This is not about ABSA making money. This is about doing good.
Talking about evangelism, good deeds starts at home.
Yes.
How do you keep your staff aware about cybersecurity and the broader public in South Africa?
So the awareness campaigns are not in my remit, but Innerstain runs that, and we've got phishing campaigns. We have a very large awareness campaign across our organization, which is plus 40,000 people. So we run lots of training. We actually had a fun training last year where we did Hack to Protect, and it was where we got to pretend like we were hackers. And we all got to be able to do the training. So there is a big campaign. The other big thing is, at the moment, ABSA is trying to see how do we get this out to our customers, because it's not only about our employees. It is about our customers, but it's also about every other person in the community. So we are not trying to just keep it in-house. We believe that if more people are aware, we'll all be more safe.
There is a deliberate call to say there needs to be gender parity within the tech industry in general, cybersecurity as a whole. And from your perspective, what needs to be done to try and make sure that you attract female talent into the tech space, especially in cybersecurity?
Can I tell you that so for our academy, we don't even call out for females. They are putting their hands up. So something is shifting in what I'm seeing. So in our recruitment, we generally are easily able to get to our targeted number from a gender perspective. But what I think is the most important is if our children see role models. if my daughter sees her mother in an ICT role, she knows it's possible. And I think if more and more girls can see that, then they'll want it more. They'll know that it's a possibility because it's not for everybody. I think you've got to, so that I think will allow for pathways where people really want to be in ICT.
As we conclude, you were on a round table today where you were focusing on skills development. What were some of the key outcomes that you guys spoke about, and what were the lessons learned from there?
So the CEO of Mixita was there, so one of the seaters that we have, and one of the solutions we are saying is that companies need to see how they can get their ROI from the upskilling that they do by using seaters.
Yes.
So that is one of the ways we believe is a way to collaborate between industry, NGOs, and seaters in order to make sure that us in corporates feel like we're getting our money's worth, and in a way where government is also providing funding, that you get skills development points and all of those things if you work within this ecosystem. So that was one of the things. The other things are, we spoke about accessibility. If we're really thinking about making a difference in our rural communities, they don't have the infrastructure. So we're talking about data, we're talking about Wi-Fi, we're talking about how do they get their hands on a laptop. So one of the other NGOs or NPOs that was there, Cybermate, they actually know about a CETA, and it's not even an ICT CETA that are putting up ICT centers in various communities. So we're like, why do we not piggyback on those? So that we can then educate the communities at large. So those are two of the solutions. One last one, which was quite funny, is giving armbands to people. So we hire interns and we're like, swim. But we don't help them learn. We don't help them in the job that they've been put into. We say it's sink or swim versus give them the armbands, help them so that they can thrive.
And as we conclude, Nicole, what are your near-term plans in terms of making sure that the academy is broadened in terms of its offerings, as well as you cast your net wider in terms of recruitment or bringing more people on board?
There's actually a lot of people that say to us, we never even knew you existed. How would we know about you? And so I think that accessibility, we talk about infrastructure, but it's also how do people in the various communities also know that these opportunities exist? So it's for us to find ways to go to even ward councillors, because what was news to me is that ward councillors and our community leaders in various communities, especially rural communities, where if your ward councillor is talking about something, then the community sits up and listens. So for us to get closer to those ward councillors so that they can also spread the word about the good that we're doing.
Lastly, I know that this is not an easy thing for a single company to be doing. Need partnerships. Have you guys spoke about partnerships, and what's your view about corporates coming together to try and develop skills that are required for the industry?
I think it would be a beautiful thing if we can do it all for the right reasons and all with the aim of making sure our youth actually have jobs, and not necessarily jobs in corporates, but finding ways to make up their own companies. So entrepreneurship is a big thing. So I think it's a really big thing. One, we've spoken to a lot of corporates. The unfortunate thing is you don't always get realized value. You have a good conversation, but the next step doesn't always happen. But this year, the next step did happen, actually. We spoke to a company, Solve Solutions, and Kevin and Leanne, who Kevin is the MD of the company. They actually took on 4 of our students, and they're giving them real meaningful work while they study. So that is a partnership that we are piloting this year, and so far it's working out so well.
Okay, great stuff. Nicole, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
and
you.
And we wish you the best with the academy.
Thanks so much.
As you go on developing skills for the continent. Thank you so much for watching. That was Nicole from ABSA. She has the Cybersecurity Academy. Thank you. Until next time. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to ITWeb TV at Security Summit. I'm joined now, ITWeb TV at Security Summit in association with Snowd Technologies. I knew it was going too well. I'm joined now by Dr. Mahendra Moodley, who is the Senior Analyst at Wikistrat. Dr. Moodley, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Adrian. It's always wonderful to see you every year.
Thank you. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, I mean, you're a regular at the summit. This year we're a bit different. We're out on the show floor with the booth. We've had a slight change internally in the keynotes with headsets. How have you found that? How have you found the experience this year?
As always, ITWeb puts together an amazing event. I was saying to you a little earlier that the ITWeb Security Summit is probably the go-to de facto event for the security community in our country. That's very nice,
thank you.
And it's wonderful to firstly always meet the ITWeb team, which puts so much of effort into everything you all do for our community. So from a community perspective, we're always grateful that you all go through the effort. I've had the joy of walking through and seeing the various stands. As always, the standard is incredibly high. It seems each year the standard increases, and that sounds almost like something you would expect to say, but every time you think that they've just about made the target look even better, they hit it out of the ballpark. From a speaker perspective, it has been a little different because obviously we're using the headsets, which from a speaker point of view, you do find it at first a little disconcerting because you're used to your audience directly responding to you.
Yeah.
But once you get past the first, say, 30 seconds after that, the disconcerting element sort of settles and then it flows naturally.
Okay.
But otherwise, it was an awesome event, as it always is. So I would recommend to everybody in the security profession, if you attend just one event a year, ITWeb Security Summit.
That feels like one of the quotes we should put on the back of the book somewhere. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So talking about your presentation, in it, and I thought this was a fascinating subject, you talked about the expansion of related leadership roles. So we've got the CISO, we've got Chief Security Officer, Chief Privacy Officer, Chief Trust Officer. Is this something that you're seeing locally? Is this something more international that you're kind of picking up?
I think we are picking this up both in the local as well as the global space.
Okay.
What has happened, Adrian, is that there's a tendency, to put it very mildly, where organizations which haven't quite encapsulated what it is they are meant to be achieving in the security space tend to create roles in which they literally append the word officer, they add the word chief in front, and then they put a word in between. So the net result is you land up with chief trust officers, chief privacy officers, chief resilience officers, chief reputational officers, chief information security officers. It's chief. And the challenge with this is that instead of actually identifying what it is we are trying to secure, we have this proliferation of chiefs.
Too many chiefs.
Too many chiefs. But also what happens is every time you have a chief, you now need to give them something to manage, which results in a diffusion of budget, a diffusion of focus, and a proliferation of committees. So then what we land up with is that there are 20 chiefs. You'll find where N represents the number of chiefs. You'll find N minus 1 is literally the number of committees. There'll be 19 committees more or less because every chief needs a committee literally to run. And each of these committees create the impression of governance.
Yeah.
But in reality, this complexity doesn't add clarity to the vision of how do we secure the organization more clearly, coherently, and within the financial constraints within which we operate.
So, I mean, there's obviously going to be some overlap in terms of like if you're a privacy officer and a trust officer and a data officer and CISO, how are organizations kind of grappling with that? Have they just kind of added all these titles and not really thought about it? Or is there really some kind of strategic thinking behind we do need to do this? Or is it more just a reputational add-on that we want to be seen to be trustworthy, we want seen to be protecting people's data?
A combination of both.
Okay.
What you're finding is that in more mature organizations, they've thought about this from a strategic point of view. But those organizations typically have said security has to have its own strategy. And from that, they have built out what these roles are meant to do and how these roles are meant to interoperate and function together. In other organizations, you have a knee-jerk, where literally they say, because our competitors have a chief privacy officer, we need a chief privacy officer.
Right.
So you've got now the two extremes. somewhere in the middle, you've got the evolution, where what organizations eventually start realizing is we've got a proliferation of roles, but when we get down to the actual responsibilities in practice, not in the HR job description, they are the same thing.
Yeah.
When we identify accountability, it's the same thing. And that's where what we have to be able to identify is which roles actually will eventually evolve
Ultimately be, okay.
and which ones will collapse into each other. And I think that differs from organization to organization because each organization has got a different culture, a different set of market stress points, a different focus. So the challenge is that in responding to your question, we've got to understand the organizational dynamics, but understand and acknowledge that there are many organizations that are knee-jerking towards creating these titles versus the far fewer who have a strategic focus.
You mentioned there about like the accountability and like the responsibility, but in the event that something happens, there's a breach, there's some data leaked, who is ultimately going to be the kind of scapegoat? How do they kind of determine that? Is it the weakest or survival of the fittest? Is it the one that can't argue their case well enough? Or is it the one who's got like the weakest job description?
I think you're going to find there's two answers to that.
Okay.
The first answer is the person whose job title it appears to be, and I use the word appear in loose terms, to be responsible for the problem. So if, for example, you had a data breach, you would find whichever data steward, so you find there's also a title called the chief data steward, they would somehow, because their job title appears to be the closest linked to the crime scene, would be the one held accountable.
Yeah.
So that's the one way in which this goes. The challenge on the other side, now this is why there are two answers, is that because organizations have organizational politics, organizational dynamics, you may find that the person who has got the ability to maneuver more effectively is able to explain how this problem happens to be somebody else's.
Sure.
And thereby you find literally it becomes the survival of the fittest, even if that is not the right way we want to see it. That is the challenge, because the problem with this overlapping accountabilities is you will get to a point where you will be splitting hairs. Let me illustrate this. So somebody, for example, breaches our IT environment and they are able to obtain customer data. Do you blame the CIO who should have ensured that the infrastructure was actually sound when it was deployed? Do you blame the chief information security officer who should have run the penetration testing to have tested the infrastructure? Do you blame the chief audit officer who should have actually ensured that the audits identified the potential for this? Like you see, so we could go through every scenario and find the scapegoat. Ultimately, what you will find is the person who has got probably the weakest standing and is the closest to the crime scene in terms of the title is more likely to become, unfortunately, the person to take the fall in this matter.
Yeah. I quite like the idea of having a chief, like from an outsider, having a chief trust officer, having a chief privacy officer. Is there a way, or do you think it would work, that you would have a CISO who's ultimately accountable and then under them people who kind of look at the various aspects in a kind of coherent way under one overarching chief, rather than trying to kind of flatten the hierarchy and have various chiefs along the way?
Absolutely. And what you will find happens, ironically, is that in many organizations, they land up with people having these titles. But you then find the duplication enters because below the senior executive level, at the next tier of management, you land up with senior managers who have got actually job titles or descriptions where they land up literally taking functional accountability for those areas. The challenge that arises is that you have people with even then multiple functional accountabilities. In other words, under the CISO, there could be somebody responsible for data integrity. But under the chief data steward, there's also somebody responsible for privacy management. And when you break it down, they could have elements that talk to each other. Your question, so in terms of could you ultimately have one chief and ultimately have a tiered approach of where people interoperate, works very well when you have a clear security strategy, a clear roadmap of where security is meant to go. Because once you identify a roadmap, you're able to then identify the roles in the roadmap. You're then able to start saying things such as, under the CISO, as an example, does this role fit coherently under the CISO, or does it fit more coherently under someone else? And if it fits under someone else, when do they have to work together? Then you're able to actually document and identify collaboration points. So to go back to where you started, yes, it's possible to have a CISO with multiple substituent managers or components being run under them. But what is important is to then ensure that the touch points with the other elements of the business that depend and interoperate is clearly documented. So we have clear identities of who is accountable, who needs to be informed, who needs to be consulted, what is the areas of responsibility clearly defined. All of this then should take us to a playbook so that when something goes wrong, which we've decided using scenario planning, we can say that if there's a data breach, this is what would happen, this is who's responsible, this is how everybody is going to deal with it.
Yeah.
So you actually don't just have responsibilities assigned to people, but you actually know what they're going to do with those responsibilities that they're assigned. And the CISO then and the organization has a clear idea of what will happen when. Because otherwise what we'll end up doing is we shift all these individuals who previously were either chiefs on their own or were islands on their own under the CISO, but then they continue to be islands on their own. In other words, all we've done is consolidated the problem under the CISO. We have not necessarily remedied the issue.
I'm going to take a step away from the trust officer, privacy officer, etc., and go to a more historical clash of C-suite seats. You've got the CIO. Typically, the CISO, I think, historically has probably sat under the CIO, but also now we're seeing CISO kind of elevating up to be on the same level. What's your kind of impression? Where should the CISO and the CIO sit? Should they sit, the CISO sit underneath the CIO? Should they be on a comparable level?
Well, you know, if you're going to go back historically, then Edwin, you know, we have to also start with the story of IT managers. Well, people who are managing IT were called IT managers.
Yeah.
IT managers historically reported to the CFO.
Yeah.
Because nobody knew how to manage IT except by using, quite frankly, the bottom line.
Yeah.
Why I'm taking one step even further back in the question is because in order to respond to that question, we have to understand then why this evolution started. This evolution started because previously when the security budget was such that you could manage it as a subset of the IT budget, you found that the CIO could account for what it was that was being spent. As the security budget started to increase, you found that literally the level and the role of the IT security head evolved from being the IT security manager to the CISO.
Yeah.
This is now how this evolution sort of literally came to be. Now, the challenge that comes about is twofold. Firstly, we have to acknowledge that because of the increased expenditure, the next question becomes, where does the CISO report? Because if he's going to report right back into the CFO, then the very problem we had with the CIO is the very problem that the CISO is going to have.
Yeah.
So the problem is not just should they sit on the same level and should one report to the other. The issue is to whom do the both of them report to? That becomes the bigger challenge, because once we understand to whom they must report to, then we're able to say, so if the CISO reports, for example, to the CFO, does that add any value to security in terms of the direction security is meant to head in? If the answer is that the CISO should report, for example, to the CEO, the CEO cannot have every single literally chief report to them because the board that he would have to manage would literally be then 25 to 30 people, and that would become unmanageable. So you've got to, unfortunately, firstly establish in the organization what is the purpose and where to is the view of security. Now, where this becomes interesting, Adrian, is in some organizations, security is literally what they do. It's the integral element. For example, if we were a financial institution, our whole ability to literally get people to invest their money with us is based on security.
Yeah.
So you could then argue that the CISO should report to the CEO because, to be very frank, it's a cornerstone of their business. If, on the other hand, you were saying to me, Mark, we are running, with respect, a business such as maybe a corner shop. We have 5 little corner shops, and we need somebody to secure, quite frankly, for 5 little corner shops, the environment. It may be challenging, but you're not going to be able to easily say the CISO shouldn't report to the CIO, because unfortunately the level of risk in running 5 little corner shops may be far less than running a financial institution. So I think the answer lies in understanding the level of risk, understanding the level of exposure in relation to security in the business, and then positioning the role to reflect the degree of risk and exposure, as opposed to trying to find an organogram that simply slots one below the other or one in parallel.
Sure.
Because that also then carries the knee-jerk approach forward.
Yeah. We've had every year, I think it feels like we get a new topic at Security Summit. I think it was last year was Agentic AI. I think it's certainly still maybe evolving a bit more this year. We've had the Anthropic and these autonomous kind of vulnerability finding systems, but I think there's a lot more. AI is becoming a lot more important to organizations. Looking at it from a corporate hierarchy point of view, from a corporate kind of structure point of view, do you think there's scope to have a corporate AI officer? Will we start to see corporate agent officers? I mean, I think agent is perhaps, I don't want to say more important. I think AI is certainly an important one, but I think the agent, the fact that they're going to come into the workplace, someone who oversees that accountability, or are we just repeating the same mistake we've spoken about for the past 10 minutes about just like give someone a new title, actually should just sit under the CIO and let's be done with it?
Well, it's a fascinating question, Adrian. If you remember when we had cloud, there was this rush to create chief cloud officers.
Yeah.
Now, if we have to strip AI away from all of the buzzwords, and I'm going to simplify this, and I will apologize for the simplification. Many organizations already have a business intelligence function.
Yeah.
The ability to mine the organization for business intelligence insights. If you think about AI, and you strip away the agentic elements, etc., AI is an evolution of many of the business intelligence solutions that organizations had incorporated. And the more productive way of dealing with this is to actually look into your organogram and establish where did your business intelligence solution sit, and then naturally evolve those roles as opposed to creating a new role. Because the challenge you have is just simply dropping a chief AI officer into this. Is you already have a business intelligence-like function, however it is being utilized. You're now going to have another parallel stream.
Yeah.
And this is going to add to the confusion. In other words, what we'll end up doing is creating more complexity in our quest to create clarity. So we fall into this trap that we think if we hire someone, give them a title, it will somehow leap forward and create a strategy and a natural fit. My recommendation to organizations and to our listeners out there would be rather identify firstly, do you have a BI function? Take your BI function and look at, can you evolve it to incorporate AI so that you have a singular version of analyzing the truth. Based on that, you will then be able to establish whether you need to grow this position hierarchically, right? Or in terms of expanding the scope of the position to basically incorporate other subsets that may be owned by other business units. But you're only going to be able to do that when you have a clear strategy, which brings us back to the core of this whole issue. If you do not have a core AI strategy, just like if you didn't have a cloud strategy, you would find yourself falling into this trap. Because if you remember, Adrian, everything that you heard about the word cloud, if you substituted the word cloud for mainframe, it all fitted, minus the buzzwords. Today, we are seeing the very same thing. If you strip it away, you put BI in its place, and you understood the construct of BI, you more or less understood the construct of AI. I'm not saying you understood it completely, but you understood it well enough to be able to understand how to manage it and how to organize your organization around it.
Okay, my last question then. I'm guessing we're both going to be here again this time next year.
Absolutely.
Touch wood. When we meet this time next year, what do you think we're going to be talking about? What will be the topics that will be most prominent?
I think what we're going to start seeing is that, firstly, a number of the AI solutions, as time goes on, are going to start to coalesce. Because right now we have got multiple AI offerings, and these AI offerings essentially do similar things. So there's going to be a coalescing, almost a one being able to say, the market has settled on a set of AI solutions that they interoperate with. We're going to see more emphasis on integration. Because what has happened, if you look at, as even we walk around today, there is multiple elements of security in which multiple companies have got AI-driven solutions, but the issue of interoperability has yet to be unraveled. So we're going to see more emphasis on interoperability. I think the other element we're going to see, which I predict in the 3 to 5 year period, is there's going to be a growth in terms of financial return on investment becoming a more significant question. Because what you're going to find organizations are going to be saying is, you're buying AI for security, you're buying AI for data management, why can't we just get one AI? It's like that advert, and I won't mention the company, that says, we actually offer you one quote that combines an analysis of 12 insurance codes. It's that example. We're going to find solutions like that, I think. I think what we're also going to see on the vendor side is that vendors are going to become far more competitive in terms of trying to differentiate themselves.
Okay.
As we look at what is being, for example, said at Security Summit, even in the industry, a lot of the buzzwords are utilized. For example, unified, intelligent, governed. But what we are not necessarily seeing is what is the strategy of what you are doing aligned to us. So I see more focus on alignment, more focus on the returns on investment. I also see, on the flip side, a degree of fatigue. Sure. I think what we have to admit as CISOs and security professionals is the degree of fatigue is going to also start increasing. Boards are going to start asking far more clearer questions, such as, what does this solution do for me? Do I really need these roles? I think next year will become the year in which the value-added proposition of CISOs is going to have to be far more better defined.
Okay.
Because we are finding financial pressures in the market are increasing. We are finding threats are increasing as AI threat actors become far more active. And so we're going to see that value proposition changing. We're going to see CISOs also under more pressure to start defining how do they have a clearly defined career path, and how do they actually work out what do they offer in terms of that clear path and their alignment to literally the industry. You know, I said something in my presentation, Adrian. I said, if you, for example, were a personal protector, and as a bodyguard, you obviously have to keep your client safe.
Yeah.
When you have a vacancy, it's because obviously you didn't keep your client safe.
Yes.
A CISO is only as good as the clients they're able to protect. And as the threats increase in the industry, CISOs are going to find that they are under more pressure to literally combat those threats in a proactive means. Mm-hmm. Because if they don't, you're going to have CISO churn. And the first question every board member is going to put to that CISO, let alone the CEO, is, so how do you find yourself sitting in front of us? And what was the status of your last client?
Sure.
And if you as a CISO cannot explain that clearly, you're unlikely to make it past the first 10 minutes of that interview. So we're going to find more emphasis on that. And I suspect the conversations that you and I are going to be having is, how do we as CISOs and security professionals ensure that we are able to be more proactive, cut through the buzzwords, generate more value, and manage this within the cost containment pressures we have.
Dr. Moodley, that's been fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. That's been Dr. Mai Moodley from Wikistrat Solutions. Please remember to stay tuned. We will be back shortly with one more interview for today. Thank you.
And welcome to ITWeb TV at the ITWeb Security Summit, brought to you in association with Snow Technologies. With me in the studio, I have Dr. James Stanger, Chief Technology Evangelist at CompTIA. James, thanks for joining us today.
It's good to be here, man.
The
Thank you
last
for inviting me. Yeah. Saving the best for last.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to tackle a subject which I know is foremost on the minds of many business leaders, security professionals, and that is the issue of skills development. There is a shortage of cyber security skills, availability of those skills locally and internationally. You hosted a roundtable a little earlier today, and you were talking about some of the constraints. With that in mind, and I've got a stat here that I think you will have known, or you would have put together actually. According to Fortinet, 40% of organizations struggle to hire, retain cyber talent, and 64% agree that the shortage adds to their cyber risk. So it's just one stat, but what are the kind of constraints and issues that were brought up to the air at the roundtable?
You know, and there are quite a few. Some of them, for example, older ways of educating people, traditional ways of educating people.
Yeah.
Whether it be methodologies, old online learning methodologies that don't take interaction into case, that are not hands-on.
Right.
I think other education methodologies that just don't map how people learn these days. I think that's one of the issues. You have other issues having to do with organizations not quite knowing the pathways that they need to go down and not visualizing the pathways. You have HR systems, for example, that are a little clunky, that are not keeping up with the times, for example. I'm not just picking on them, but there are a lot of these older processes when we have much newer workflows and much newer technologies that we have to adapt to.
Right. I mean, that adaptation is also key in terms of addressing the disconnect between all the stakeholders, right, within the skills development ecosystem. Because I remember hearing about the fact that there is a need for collaboration, but who's going to drive that? And whose responsibility is it? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
That's one reason why we do these roundtables, is because we like to talk and get people who are CIOs and CISOs, from various sectors, not just the tech sector, but we had people in there from finance, we had people from healthcare, but also learning professionals, people who run the universities, people who run the learning centers, but also government people who set policy.
Right.
It's kind of endemic, fancy word for saying there's a system of systems that all needs to be kind of worked through.
Yeah.
And it kind of reminds me of a friend of mine who recently jumped from a huge healthcare company over to, I think it was Mandiant, a Google company. I said, what made you, make the shift? And he said, I found that upper management at Mandiant really communicated well and laid out learning pathways and pathways to instant value. That's the phrase that I heard.
Wow.
Instant value. And I'm like, well, what do you mean instant value? He said, today, whether it be through AI or through infrastructure as code or the advances that we're seeing in behavior modeling with cybersecurity, it's really possible for workers to kind of get instant value, but only if upper management can coordinate all of these systems, whether it be HR, whether it be education, whether it be the business processes that need to be revised in the age of AI, stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, and that was also brought up in the roundtable discussion, was the role of HR and the role of your decision makers, leadership, management, if you want a better word.
Sure.
What do they bring to the table? How are they recruiting these candidates? And what is the criteria they're basing their recruitment on? Because if all of those things are sort of mismatched, how much of a chance does a candidate have, really, in being able to enter the industry?
Yeah, that's right. Candidates don't have a chance, and if it's mismatched, the organization will miss its mark in terms of its business goals, because today you can't reach your business goals unless your technology is mapped very well to your business processes.
Yeah.
And so if you're not educating your people that way, then everybody's going to miss the mark. I think some of the people will often blame HR for this or HR systems. I think it's more sophisticated. It's more nuanced than that.
Right.
But there are ways. The great thing that HR brings in is an understanding of, for example, company culture, bringing in the idea of what it means to really upskill people. They're passionate about it. It's just a question of getting them to visualize and choose the right kinds of learning pathways. Or I think the phrase that was used a lot in the roundtable was learning pipelines.
Yes,
people to do
yes,
that.
I do remember that one as well. Yeah. So, I mean, there are obviously a myriad of different issues at play. Different discussion points. There's avenues of thought, and it's not something you can sort of I don't know, sort out in a half an hour. Unfortunately. What were some of the solutions though that people came out with at the roundtable?
One of them was visualizing the talent and allowing people. When I say visualizing talent, it's really the idea of how can you, in a way that is non-threatening, that is not just checkbox oriented.
Yeah.
But a way that can really evaluate workers and get them to think about what their skill sets are, that it's not punitive. Yeah. Another thing that I think was really important when it comes to learning is allow people to, I think the phrase that was used was fail forward. And this is
fail what?
They use the term fail forward.
Oh, fail forward.
That doesn't mean fall flat on your face either.
It's an interesting.
It's the idea that if you learn, a lot of people culturally, employees can be intimidated by a culture that says, "Hey, let's do a bunch of learning," because they kind of like, well, if I don't do well in the class, I'll get let go. I'll be seen as not sufficient. And it reminds me, the first time I got a big time cybersecurity job, it was as a pen tester, and it was Taher El Gamal. The El Gamal key exchange algorithm, I think it is. He created that, and he was running a company that was doing pen testing. He said something to me. He said, "James, I just want you to take some of this stuff and play with it." And that really attracted me, because it wasn't, well, you better do a good job, otherwise, you know,
sort of
parting of the ways. It was play with it. And just that phrase, play with it, being able to use technology in a way that you may not get it right the first time, but then you will eventually. And I call that iteration. It's iterative.
Right.
And it's a journey. And it doesn't mean you're lazy or that you're, just making stuff up as you go along. You're just getting better.
So, I mean, do you think that there's a mindset still currently, especially perhaps in developing markets like South Africa, around cybersecurity, is that there's a mismatch between what people think the industry wants, what the industry does want, and what other people think?
I think that's right. I think that's right. I think that there can be a mismatch with the various learning institutions. I've seen it worldwide, for example, just in terms of currency. And I hate to talk about when I say currency, I mean just how modern the training is.
Okay.
In some ways, I hate to talk about it as modern or current, because there's very few professions in cybersecurity that are more fashion conscious.
Right.
It's just like, well, that's old way of thinking. That's yesterday. That's so yesterday. It's like, but it's a question though, not so much of being just hipper than thou and newer like that. It's a question of updating in a way that makes the business work well. I've been to organizations, government organizations in the United States, Japan, Thailand, and Australia, and some of them, not all of them, but some of them will say, well, some of our programs haven't been updated in a period of more than a decade. And I'm not making that up. And it's like, no. You need to be you need to be a little more adaptive. You need to be a little more than that.
Sure.
So I think that's one of the really important things. And also the role of fairness and the role of basically putting together a body of knowledge that has been vetted by not just a couple of smart folks or whatever, but by hundreds of people who do this for a living every day. I think is really important. And I think that's one thing that was only available to certain organizations who kind of figured it out. And now what we're seeing is people realizing, hey, that idea of a body of knowledge that comes out that has been, approved and vetted, it tells you what's important and what's not. Yeah. It allows you to kind of visualize your talent and say, well, do you have it or not?
Yeah.
And that's and that sounds awfully final and awfully kind of binary. It's not what I'm trying to get at. It's a question of getting people to negotiate with technology, and I think that's really important.
That's
and communicate with each other about it.
Yeah, because I think doing that, you can agree or not, but doing that, it's almost as if you're leveling the playing field a little bit, right? If you're really into technology, you're going to go the extra mile. You're going to experiment with it. You're going to innovate with it, and you're prepared to go and do whatever you need to do.
Absolutely.
But if you're not, so it's kind of like making the situation real for all parties.
That's right. That's right. I think the reality is keeping it real is really important. As my grandpa used to say, keep it between the fences. There's a fence on one side of the road and the other. It's like just keep it.
Keep it in the middle.
But the idea, I think, when it comes to learning and making it possible for people to get in and learn this stuff, I've heard over the decades. I've been around a long time, but I've heard over the decades, like, well, security is an art, or well, it's and it's like, well, no, it's something. This is tough because I'm a non-linear kind of person, so that sometimes attracts me. But the problem when they say it's an art, that's kind of like saying, people, I learned this through the School of Hard Knocks, and it bugs me when people get the same knowledge that I have easier.
Right.
And so there are forms of resistance that can happen when it comes to learning.
Absolutely.
And it comes here. What we really are trying to do is make it possible so that you can make learning scalable and truly democratized. And that's when you use the word, kind of equal, fair, legally defensible, all that. These are and scalable to a point where it's really an important concept, a really important skill that you have to get muscle memory in.
Right.
Instead of saying, well, that's really important and we'll charge you thousands of rand for it. It's like, no, we make it so that we just put it out there and we all get on the same page and it becomes truly accessible. And that's what we do at CompTIA.
And that's an ideal, right? And that's something that you're working towards and you're achieving it in certain respects. If everybody does get onto the same page, hypothetically, we get the industry buy-in, you've got government policy buy-in, you've got regulators buy-in, you've got service provider buy-in, everybody that is involved, the whole ecosystem. I mean, one would assume there would be a lot more skills coming into the market then, right?
There can be, and that's the key. And the one thing that is definitely changing people's perceptions, you could say it's disturbing people's perceptions, is how AI is being perceived and used.
Right.
So many times AI, people talk about the hipster phrase these days is what AI has a perception problem or a reputation problem. Have you heard this? It has a kind of a
identity crisis.
If not an identity crisis, just like, well, it's going to take my job. So it has some sort of problem in terms of its.
I see what you mean.
Its reputation. It has a reputation problem.
Yeah.
I would argue that IT has had not an identity crisis, but a perception problem a long time. We've been I've seen it for decades that, after the Y2K, I don't know if you remember the Y2K thing, it was so long ago, it's 28 years ago, that, we don't need IT workers anymore to do that.
Yeah.
It's like, and then there was the .bomb, crash and then 2008 downturn.
That's right.
People talk about the cloud. I remember, the cloud shows up and it's like, now we don't need pen test workers because there's this tools in the cloud that will go and, I remember hearing that 15 years ago and just going, wow, everybody for some reason wants to keep bagging on IT. And I think the way we talk about AI is the same way.
Yeah.
I think, but AI has definitely disrupted our perceptions of things.
Yeah.
I think the key to using AI is using it right.
Yeah.
And negotiating with the inevitable. It might take certain things away, but it does create new opportunities. There's an old Western, you've probably never heard of it. It's an old John Wayne Western called The Searchers. And there was a point where they were, looking, they were searching for someone, a daughter who'd been taken. And the one of the guys goes, right now we're too few people and we're too many. Meaning that it was a group of people and they realized there were too many guys to get it done, but also too few to get it done. I think cybersecurity has had that problem for a long time. There's too few of us and in some ways too many of us because some people are thinking in terms of old job roles and old ways. No, you need to be really agile.
Sure.
And that's why,
that's actually a fascinating way of looking at it as well, because it's sort of introspection. The industry is forced to, go through a process of introspection and be real with itself.
Yeah.
And in so doing, maybe be real with the market that they're serving. and engaging with.
I think that's the key. And I remember many years ago, I remember asking CIOs and CISOs. There was a good room of there's another round table, and I asked, "What are the key skills that you look for?" And I expected them to say, "Well, identity access management, which is a big deal these days.
Sure.
Data security is a big deal with AI." I expected answers like that, or operational technology is another one. They were not technical answers. It was curiosity, agility,
and creativity,
the ability to communicate. Those kind of three things.
Sure.
And it took me years to finally ask, so why is curiosity such a big deal?
Yeah.
And the reason that it is a big deal is that AI and other forms of automation are changing how we make stuff, how we get things done. And there are too many folks, whether it be cybersecurity, in the various cybersecurity job roles that are out there, there's dozens. They're not quite realizing that those processes have changed. Sure. I've heard many people, worker bees and things say, I'm not sure my boss really knows how I get stuff done these days. So curiosity means, let's find out what the processes are. Because if you don't know the processes, you're not going to be able to govern it. You're not really going to be able to do the new security analytics stuff that's really so cool.
Sure.
You're not going to be able to understand how to work with on-prem and data center and cloud and OT that's increasingly converged.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting way of explaining it. And speaking of innovation, of opportunity, you've been very involved with the hackathon, which this year is in the main exhibition area.
It's so cool to see
which
that.
is really, really interesting and it's had a very strong reaction. Can you tell us a little bit about the hackathon? What was it about? What challenges had to address? Yeah.
I've seen tons of capture the flags and cyber ranges. There are a lot of people talk about cyber ranges as if there's some sort of magic bullet. Yeah. But what Tiani over at Geek Culture has done, he's run over, I think, 460 of these things over the last 10, 15 years. And what they do is they get students coming in and they basically do these secure innovation challenge. And what's exciting about this is that they basically say, look, you've got 24 hours. And in 24 hours, you've got to come up with a business solution. You've got to come up with code. You've got to come up with a demo. And it's got to be unique and differentiated.
Right.
And so it's really neat to see this entrepreneurial spirit. And it's the key to me is hands-on.
Yes.
Hands-on practical. These aren't people who, come up with some PowerPoint slides and here's a Gantt chart and here's that. They may start with that, but right away it's here's the code we created with AI or without, but usually with it. And here is the solution. And some of these are, really cool cybersecurity solutions that are saying, well, some of these things about user behavior analytics are really expensive. We've solved that. We've made it cheaper.
Yeah.
Some people has nothing to do with cybersecurity. Has to do with like an app, for example, that allows GoGo. Is that the right term?
Yes.
GoGo Grandma?
Yes,
right?
That's correct. Yeah.
That allows GoGo and others to either say, to tell stories and capture the wisdom of a family, of a particular subculture, a particular culture. Really cool stuff. Or even people who are foraging. And they're like, okay, here's an offline AI-enabled app, which there are quite a few of those. But these folks were saying, here it is for South Africa.
Wow.
And you could basically say, okay, this is something that is a really good medicinal use and everything. So they're coming up with really cool
relevant
solutions.
to real solutions to real world challenges.
It's amazing to see it. And what was really cool is they normally they put us in some sort of room somewhere and some sort of floor separate from the action. And this time, it's really cool. They've said, no, people need to see what those students are doing.
100%,
and the students need to become part of it. And to me, it's a part of that barrier to entry lowering.
Oh, which is ideal. And it bodes well for the future, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's really cool.
So, we could carry on for a lot longer. But I wanted to thank you for your time and for your insight, James. It's been a real pleasure to speak with you. And thank you for being here. I think it's just great.
It's great to be here, and hopefully we can do it again next year.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I hope so. So that's a wrap, folks. Thank you for watching. Please like us on our social media platforms, and until next time, goodbye.